Hello everyone, Anita Gamer here. In this video, I shall be reading Purgatorio, written by Dante Alighieri and translated by Mark Musa. For those of you who are wondering, this is the second book of the Divine Comedy. This is the third audiobook I have ever made, directly following up my audiobook of Inferno. But anyway, I hope you enjoy listening to it as much as I enjoy reading it. And without further delay, let us begin. Canto 1. Having left the Inferno behind, Dante announces his intention to sing of the Second Kingdom, Purgatory, and calls upon the Muses, in particular Calliope, to accompany his song. As the dawn approaches, he feels a sense of renewal, and looking up into the heavens, he sees 4 stars. Turning his gaze earthward again, he discovers, standing near him, a dignified old man, Cato of Utica. Cato thinks Dante and Virgil are refugees from hell, and he questions them as to how they managed to escape. Virgil explains that Dante is still a living man, and that at the command of a lady from heaven, he, Virgil, has been sent to guide this man on a journey for the purpose of his salvation. Already, this journey has taken them through hell, and now it is their intention to see the souls of purgatory. Cato assents to their passage. He then instructs Virgil to bind a reed around the pilgrim's waist, and to be sure to cleanse him of every trace of stain from the infernal regions. The 2 poets descend to the shore, where they proceed to carry out Cato's instructions. The purgation is marked by a miracle. When Virgil pulls a reed from the ground, another springs up immediately to take its place. For better waters now, the little bark of my poetic powers hoists its sails and leaves behind that cruelest of seas. And I shall sing about that second realm where man's soul goes to purify itself and become worthy to ascend to heaven. Here let death's poetry arise to life. O Muses sacroscant, whose liege I am, and let Calliope rise up and play her sweet accompaniment in the same strain that pierced the wretched magpies with truth of unforgivable presumptuousness. The tender tint of orient sapphire, suffusing the still reaches of the sky, as far as the horizon deeply clear, renewed my eyes' delight, now that I found myself free of the deathly atmosphere that had weighed heavy on my eyes and heart. The lovely planet kindling love in man, made all the eastern sky smile with her light, veiling the fish that shimmering in her train. Then, to my right, I turned to contemplate the other pole, and there saw those 4 stars the first man saw, and no man after him. The heavens seemed to revel in their flames. O widowed northern hemisphere, deprived forever of the vision of their light. And when I looked away from those 4 stars, turning a little toward the other pole, where no sign of the wane was visible, I saw near me an ancient man, alone, whose face commanded all the reverence that any son could offer to his sire. Long flowing was his beard and streaked with white, as was his hair, which in 2 tresses fell, to rest upon his chest on either side. The rays of light from those 4 sacred stars struck with such radiance upon his face. It was as if the sun were shining there. Who are you 2 who challenge the blind stream, and have escaped from the eternal prison? He said, moving his venerable locks. Who guided you? What served you as a lamp to light your way out of the heavy night that keeps the pit of hell forever black? Are all the laws of God's abyss destroyed? Have new decisions now been made in heaven, so that though damned you come up to my cliff? My leader quickly seized me by the arm. His words, his touch, the way he looked at me, compelled my knees and brow to reverence. Then he addressed him. Not on my behalf have I come here. A lady sent from heaven asked me to guide this man along his way. But since it is your will that we reveal the circumstances of our presence here, how can my will deny yours what it asks? This man has not yet seen his final hour, although so close to it his folly brought him, that little time was left to change his ways. So I was sent to help him, as I said. There was no other way to save his soul than my guiding him along this road. Already I have shown him all the damned. I want to show him now the souls of those who purge themselves of guilt in your domain. How it came here would take too long to tell. From heaven comes the power that has served to lead him here, to see and hear you now. May it please you to welcome him, he goes, in search of freedom, and how dear that is, the man who gives up life, for it well knows. You know, you found death sweet in Utica, for freedom's sake, where you put off that robe which will be radiant on the great day. We have not broken heaven's timeless laws. This man still lives. Mine oath does not bind me. I come from that same round where the chaste eyes of your dear Marcia still plead with your soul. O blessed heart, to hold her as your own, for love of her, then bend your will to ours. Allow us to go through your 7 realms, and I shall tell her how you have been kind, if you will let me speak your name below. Marcia was so enchanting to my eyes, he answered then, that while I was alive, there was no wish of hers I would not grant. She dwells beyond the evil river now, and can no longer move me by that law decreed upon the day I issued forth. But if a heavenly lady, as you say, moves and directs you, why your flattery? Ask in her name. There is no need for more. Go with this man. See that you gird his waist with a smooth reed. Take care to bathe his face till every trace of filth has disappeared. For it would not be fitting that he go, with vision clouded by the mists of hell, to face the first of heaven's ministers. Around this little island at its base, down there, just where the waves break on the shore, you will find rushes growing in soft sand. No other plant producing leaves or stalk that hardens could survive in such a place, only the reeds that yield to buffeting. When you are ready to begin to scale the mountainside, do not come back this way. The rising sun will show you where to climb. With that he vanished. From my knees I rose, and silent, drawing closer to my guide, I looked into his eyes. He said to me, "Follow my footsteps. Now we must turn back, for over there the plain begins to slope, descending gently to the shore below." The dawn was gaining ground, putting to flight the last hour of the night. I recognized far off the rippling waters of the sea. We made our way along that lonely plain, like men who seek the right path they have lost, counting each step as a loss till it is found. When we had reached the place where the cool shade allowed the dew to linger on the slope, resting a while longer the sun's rays, my master placed both of his widespread hands gently upon the tender grass, and I, who understood what his intention was, offered my tear-stained face to him, and he made my face clean, restoring its true color once buried underneath the dirt of hell. At last, we touched upon the lonely shore that never yet has seen its waters sailed by one who then returned to tell the tale. There, as another willed, he girded me. O miracle! When he pulled out the reed, immediately a second humble plant sprang up from where the first one had been picked. Canto 2. As the sun rises, Dante and Virgil are still standing at the water's edge and wondering which road to take in order to ascend the mountain of Purgatory, when the pilgrim sees a reddish glow moving across the water. The light approaches at an incredible speed, and eventually they are able to discern the wings of an angel. The angel is the miraculous pilot of a ship containing souls of the redeemed, who are singing the psalm, In Exitu Israel de Egipto. At a sign from the angel boatsman, these souls disembark, only to roam about on the shore. Apparently they are strangers, and mistaking Virgil and Dante for familiars of the place, they ask them which road leads up the mountainside. Virgil answers that they, too, are pilgrims, only recently arrived. At this point, some of the souls realize that the pilgrim is alive, and they stare at him in fascination. Recognizing a face that he knows in this crowd of souls, Dante tries 3 times in vain to embrace the shade of his old friend Casella, a musician. Then he asks Casella for a song, and, as he sings, all the souls are held spellbound. Suddenly, the just old man Cato appears to disperse the rapt crowd, sternly rebuking them for their negligence and exhorting them to run to the mountain to begin their ascent. The sun was touching the horizon now, the highest point of whose meridian arc was just above Jerusalem, and night, revolving always opposite to him, rose from the Ganges with the scales that fall out of her hand when she outweighs the day. Thus we were. Aurora's lovely face, with a vermilion flush on her white cheeks, was aging in a glow of golden light. We were still standing at the water's edge, wondering about the road ahead, like men whose thoughts go forward while their bodies stay, when suddenly I saw, low in the west, like the red glow of Mars that burns at dawn through the thick haze that hovers on the sea, a light. I hope to see it come again, moving across the waters at a speed faster than any earthly flight could be. I turned in wonder to my guide, and then, when I looked back at it again, the light was larger and more brilliant than before, and there appeared, on both sides of this light, a whiteness indefinable, and then another whiteness grew beneath the shape. My guide was silent all the while, but when the first 2 whitenesses turned into wings, and he saw who the steersman was, he cried, "Fall to your knees! 2, fall to your knees! Behold the angel of the Lord, and fold your hands. Expect to see more ministers like him. See how he scorns to use man's instruments. He needs no oars, no sails, only his wings to navigate between such distant shores. See how he has them pointing up to heaven. He fans the air with these immortal plumes that do not molt as mortal feathers do." Closer and closer to our shore he came. Brighter and brighter shone the bird of God, until I could no longer bear the light, and bowed my head. He steered straight to the shore, his boat so swift and light upon the wave, it left no sign of truly sailing there. And the celestial pilot stood astern, with blessedness inscribed upon his face. More than 100 souls were in this ship. In Exute Israel de Egipto, they all were singing with a single voice, chanting it verse by verse until the end. The angel signed them with the Holy Cross, and they rushed from the ship onto the shore. He disappeared swiftly as he had come. The souls left there seemed strangers to this place. They roamed about, while looking all around, endeavoring to understand new things. The sun, which with its shafts of light had chased the goat out of the heaven's highest field, was shooting rays of day throughout the sky. When those new souls looked up to where we were and called to us, "If you should know the road that leads up the mountainside, show us." And Virgil answered them, "You seem to think that we are souls familiar with this place, but we, like all of you, are pilgrims here. We just arrived, not much ahead of you, but by a road which was so rough and hard to climb, this mountain now will be like play." Those souls who noticed that my body breathed and realized that I was still alive, in their amazement turned a deathly pale. Just as a crowd, greedy for news, surrounds the messenger who bears the olive branch, and none too shy to elbow in his way, so all the happy souls of these redeemed stared at my face, forgetting, as it were, the way to go to make their beauty whole. One of these souls pushed forward, arms outstretched, and he appeared so eager to embrace me that his affection moved me to show mine. Oh, empty shades, whose human forms seem real! 3 times I clasped my hand around his form, as many times they came back to my breast. I must have been the picture of surprise, for he was smiling as he drew away, and I plunged forward, still in search of him. Then gently he suggested I not try. and by his voice I knew who this shade was. I begged him stay and speak to me a while. As once I loved you in my mortal flesh, without it now I love you still, he said. Of course I'll stay, but tell me why you're here. I make this journey now, O my Casella, hoping one day to come back here again, I said. But how did you lose so much time? He answered, I cannot complain if he who, as he pleases, picks his passengers, often refuse to take me in his boat. For that just will is always guiding his. But for the last 3 months, indulgently, he has been taking all who wish to cross. So, when I went to seek the shores again, where Tiber's waters turned to salty sea, benignly he accepted me aboard. Now, back again he flies to Tiber's mouth, which is the meeting place of all the dead, except for those who sing to Acheron's shore. If no new law prevents remembering or practicing those love songs that once brought peace to my restless longings in the world, I said, pray, sing, and give a little rest to my poor soul, which, burdened by my flesh, has climbed this far and is exhausted now. Amor che ne lamente mi regiona, began the words of this sweet melody. Their sweetness still is sounding in my soul. My master and myself, and all those souls that came with him, were deeply lost in joy, as if that sound were all that did exist. And while we stood enraptured by the sound of those sweet notes, a sudden cry, What's this, you lazy souls? It was the just old man. What negligence to stand around like this! Run to the mountain, shed that slock, which still does not let God be manifest to you. Just as a flock of pigeons in a field, peacefully feeding on the grain and tares, no longer strutting proud of how they look, immediately abandon all their food, flying away, seized by a greater need, if something should occur that startles them. So did that new-formed flock of souls give up their feast of song and seek the mountainside, rushing to find a place they hoped was there. And we were just as quick to take flight. Canto 3. As the crowd of souls breaks up, Virgil seems ashamed of having permitted the pilgrim's self-indulgence. But they resume their journey, and Dante raises his eyes to take in the enormous height of the mountain that stretches up toward heaven. Then, looking down, he sees his own shadow on the ground in front of him, and becomes alarmed when he fails to see the shadow of his guide, thinking, for one brief second, that he has been deserted. This leads to an explanation by Virgil of the diaphanous bodies of the dead. Though a shade casts no shadow, it is yet sensitive to pain and heat and cold. Such is the mysterious will of the Creator, which cannot be understood by human reason. In the meantime, they have reached the foot of the mountain, but find the slope impossible to scale, because it is too steep. They then see a band of souls moving toward them with unbelievable slowness, and they set out to meet them in order to ask directions. The souls are amazed to see the pilgrim's shadow. Their spokesman, Manfred, explains that despite his excommunication by the church, he has been saved through everlasting love by repenting at the very end of his life. Because of his delay, however, he is required to wait in anti-purgatory 30 times as long as he waited on earth to repent, though this period can be shortened by the good prayers of the faithful in the world. In sudden flight, those souls were scattering, rushing across the plain and toward the hill where reason spurs the probing of the soul. But I drew closer to my faithful friend, and where could I have run without his help? Who else but he could take me up the mount? He looked as if he suffered from remorse. O dignity of conscience, noble chase! How one slight fault can sting you into shame! Now, when he had resumed his normal stride, free of the haste that mars man's dignity, my mind, confined till then to what took place, broke free, and now was eager to explore. I raised my eyes to marvel at the mount that grew out of the sea towards heaven's height. The sun behind us, blazing red with light, outlined my human form upon the ground before me. As my body blocked its rays, I quickly turned around, seized by the fear that I had been abandoned. For I saw the ground was dark only in front of me. And then my comfort returned to me and said, "Why are you so uneasy? Do you think that I'm not here with you, guiding you?" Evening has fallen on the tomb where lies my body. I could cast a shadow once from Brindisi to Naples it was moved. If now I cast no shadow on the ground, you should not be surprised. Think of the spheres, not one of them obstructs the other's light. Yet bodies such as ours are sensitive to pain and cold and heat, willed by that power which wills its secret not to be revealed. Madness it is to hope that human minds can ever understand the infinite that comprehends three persons in one being. Be satisfied with quia, unexplained, O human race. If you knew everything, no need for Mary to have borne a son. You saw the hopeless longing of those souls, whose thirst, were this not so, would have been quenched, but which instead endures as endless pain. I speak of Plato and of Aristotle, and many others. Then he bent his head, remaining silent, with his anguished thoughts. By now we had come to the mountain's foot, and there we found a rocky slope so steep the nimblest legs would not have served you there. The craggiest, the cruelest precipice between Turbia and Lycia would seem, compared with this, inviting stairs to climb. How can we tell, my guide said, stopping short, just where this mountain face might slope enough to let someone who has no wings ascend? While he was standing there, his head bent low, searching his mind to find some helpful way, and I was looking up at all that rock. Along the cliffside to my left, a crowd of souls was coming toward us, moving so slowly that they did not seem to move. "Master," I said, "look over there. You'll see some people coming who should know the way, if you have not yet found it by yourself." He looked up then, and said with great relief, "Let us go meet them, for they move so slow. And you, dear son, be steadfast in your hopes." We were as yet as far from that long crowd, even after we had gone 1,000 steps, as a good slingsman's hand could throw a stone, when they all pressed together suddenly and huddled up against the towering rock. Too stunned to move, they stared in disbelief. "O you elect who ended well your lives," Virgil began, "I ask you, in the name of that same peace I know awaits you all, to tell us where the mountain slopes enough for us to start our climb. The more one learns, the more one comes to hate the waste of time. As sheep will often start to leave the fold, first one, then two, then three, then hesitantly the rest will move, with muzzles to the ground. And what the first sheep does, the others do. If it should stop, they all push up against it, resigned to huddle quiet in ignorance. Just so I saw the leaders of that flock of chosen souls take their first steps towards us. Their faces meek, their movements dignified. But when the souls in front saw the sun's light was broken on the ground to my right side, my shadow stretching to the rising cliff, they stopped and started slowly shrinking back. All of the rest that followed on their heels did as they did, not knowing why they did. Before you ask me, I will answer you. This form you see breaking the sunlight here upon the ground is a man's body. But this should not startle you. You can be sure that not without the power coming from heaven does he come here seeking to scale this wall. Thus spoke my master. And that worthy group, with gesturing hands that urged us to turn around, replied, "Go, lead the way ahead of us." Then one soul cried, "Whoever you may be, look back as you walk on, and ask yourself if you have ever seen me down on earth." I turned to him and looked hard at his face. A handsomely patrician blonde he was, although a sword wound cut through one eyebrow. When I, in all humility, confess I did not recognize him, he said, "Look," as he revealed a gash above his breast. Then with a smile he said, "Manfred I am, grandson of Empress Constance, and I beg you, when you are with the living once again, go to my lovely child, mother of kings, who honors Sicily and Aragon, whatever may be ruined. Tell her this. As I lay there, my body torn by these two mortal wounds, weeping, I gave my soul to him who grants forgiveness willingly. Horrible was the nature of my sins, but boundless mercy stretches out its arms to any man who comes in search of it. And if the pastor of Consensus sent by the clement in his rage to hunt me out had understood those words in God's own book, my body's bones would still be where they were, by the bridgehead near Benevento Trench under the guard of a heavy mound of stones. Now they are swept by wind and drenched by rain outside my kingdom, by the Verde's banks, where they were brought by him with tapers quenched. The church's curse is not the final word, for everlasting love may still return, if hope reveals the slightest hint of green. True, he who dies scorning the holy church, although he turns repentant at life's end, must stay outside, a wanderer on this bank, for 30 times as long as he lived in his presumptuousness, although good prayers may shorten the duration of his term. You see how you can make me happy now, by telling my good Constance I am here. Explains to her this law that holds me back, for those down there can help us much up here. Canto 4. After listening to Manfred for some time, the pilgrim being deeply absorbed, the two poets are shown a gap in the rock through which they must begin their ascent. The climb is arduous, and they must use both hands and feet in making their way. When they finally reach a ledge, the pilgrim is exhausted, and they stop to rest. He is puzzled by the fact that the sun is on their left, and Virgil explains that this phenomenon is due to the geographical location of the mountain of Purgatory. Furthermore, he adds, the mountain is such that it is most difficult to climb at the beginning, but becomes easier and easier, until at last it requires no effort. Their conversation, however, has been overheard, and is interrupted by a sarcastic remark from behind a massive rock. The speaker is Belacqua, an old friend of the poets, who, together with the other souls on this level, belongs to the second class of the late repentant, the indolent. They must wait outside the gates of Purgatory proper for as many years as they put off repentance on earth. Belacqua repeats the doctrine that prayer can shorten their period of waiting, adding the qualification that it must be prayer from a heart in the state of grace. When any of our senses is aroused to intensity of pleasure or pain, the soul gives itself up to that one sense, oblivious to all others its powers. This fact serves to refute the false belief that in our bodies more than one soul burns. And so it is that when we see or hear something which wholly captivates the soul, we easily can lose all sense of time. The sense aware of time is different from that which dominates all the soul. The first is free, the other bound. And I was now experiencing this truth, listening to that soul, and marveling. The sun had climbed a good 50 degrees, and I had not been conscious of the fact, when at some point along the way, those souls cried out in one voice, "Here is what you seek." A peasant at the time, the grapes grow ripe, with one small forkful of thorns could seal an opening within his hedge more wide. Then was a gap through which my guide and I were forced to climb, the two of us alone, once we had parted company with that flock. Up to San Leo, down to Noli, climb to the top of Mount Bismantova. Under 2 feet, but here a man must fly. Yes, fly, that is to say, with the swift wings of strong desire and following that guide who gave me hope, spreading his light before me. Squeezed in between the tight walls of the path, we struggled upward through that broken rock, using our hands and feet to climb the ground. Once we were through that narrow passageway, up the high cliff, and on an open slope. "Master," I said, "where must we go from here?" and he replied, "Now, do not change your course. Keep climbing up the mountain, close to me, until we find a more experienced guide." The peak rose higher, and my sight could not reach. The slope soared upright, steeper than a line, drawn from the mid-quadrant to the center's point. I felt my strength drain from me, and I cried, "Oh, my sweet father, turn and look at me. Unless you slow your pace, you'll lose me here." "My son," he said, "keep climbing, just to there," and pointed to a ledge, not far above, that made its way around the mountain slope. His words were like a goad, and I strained on behind him, climbing with my hands and knees until I felt the ledge beneath my feet. And here we both sat down to face the east, to rest as we surveyed all we had climbed. A backward glance can often lift the heart. I looked down at the shoreline, far below, and then looked up. The sun, amazingly, was shining to the left of us. The poet was well aware that I was stupefied as I observed the chariot of light making its course between us and the north. "Now were Castor and Pollux," he began, "to take that mirror in their company, whose light is shed below and heavenward. You would perceive the flaming zodiac revolving even closer to the bears, unless the sun strayed from its ancient path. If you would understand how this may be, try to imagine Zion and its mount, located on the earth in such a way that while each lies in different hemispheres, the two of them share one horizon. Then the lofty path, which Phaeton's chariot could not hold fast to, had to pass this height on one side here, but on the other there, as you must see if you think carefully." "Oh, master, you are right," I answered him. "Now finally I clearly understand this point that always baffled me before. Of heaven's moving circles, the mid ones, called the equator by astronomers, which always lies between winter and sun, is for the very reason you set forth, as far north from this place where we now stand, as once the Hebrews saw it to the south. But would you kindly tell me, if you please, how much more climbing we must do? This peak soars higher than any my eyes can see." And he, "This mountain is not like others, and the start is most difficult to climb. But then, the more one climbs, the easier it becomes. And when the slope feels gentle to the point that climbing up would be as effortless as floating down a river in a boat, well then, you have arrived at the road's end. And there you can expect, at last, to rest. I say no more, and what I said is true." Hardly had he stopped speaking when we heard a voice not far away. "But probably you'll feel like sitting down before you do." Both of us turned to where the voice had come, and to our left we saw a massive rock that neither one of us had noticed there before. We went up to the boulder, and behind there were some people hidden in its shade. So many sprawling shapes of indolence. There was one there who, you could tell, was tired, for he sat with his arms hugging his knees, letting his head droop down between his legs. "Oh, my dear master, look at him," I said. "See that man. Lazier he could not look. See if lazy were in his middle name." The shape then turned to look at us and said, raising his face no higher than his thigh, "If you're so energetic, run on up." And then I knew who this soul had to be. Exhausted, out of breath, nevertheless, I struggled toward him. Finally, when I stood by his side, he raised his head a bit and said, "Is it quite clear to you by now just why the sun drives past you on the left?" His lazy ways and his sarcastic words made me half smile, and I replied to him, "Belacqua! I'll not have to worry now about your fate. But tell me, why are you just sitting like this? Waiting for a guide? Or simply being your old self again?" "Brother, what good will climbing do?" he said. "God's angel sitting at the gate will not let me begin my penitence inside. Before I start, the heavens must revolve as many times as while I was alive, for I put off repenting till the end. Prayers could, of course, make my time shorter here, prayers from a heart that lives in grace. The rest are worthless, for they go unheard in heaven." The poet had by now begun to climb. He said, "Come now, see how the sun has touched heaven's highest point, while on the western shore, night sets her foot upon Morocco's sands." Canto 5. The pilgrim leaves behind the souls of the indolent, and is following in his guide's footsteps, when, suddenly, he turns to look back. One of the group has discovered the pilgrim's shadow and is calling it to the attention of the others. Virgil upbraids him for lagging behind and warns him against losing sight of his true goal. As they continue upward, they encounter a group of souls chanting the Miserere. They are the third class of the late repentant, those who died a violent death but managed to repent in their final moments. The first soul to come forward and speak is Jacopo del Casero of Fano, who tells how he was ambushed and left to bleed to death in a swamp. Next comes Buonconte of Montefeltro. At his death, there ensued a struggle between the powers of good and evil for his soul. Since he had uttered the name of Mary with his dying breath and shed a tear of true repentance, the heavenly faction prevailed and bore his soul off to paradise. But a demon took possession of his corpse and played havoc with it. He conjured up a storm and sent the mortal remains plummeting down the raging and swollen river channels. Finally, La Pia steps forth and gently asks Dante to remember her. I had already parted from those shades, following in the footsteps of my guide, when one of them, back there, pointed and called, "That soul climbing behind the other one! Look to his left! No light is shining through. He seems to walk as if he were alive." Hearing his words, I turned around and saw a soul staring in amazement at my form, at me alone, and at the broken light. "What is it that has caught your interest so and makes you lag behind?" my master asked. "Why do you care if they are whispering? Keep up with me and let the people talk. Be like a solid tower whose brave height remains unmoved by all the winds that blow. The man who lets his thoughts be turned aside by one thing or another will lose sight of his true goal, his mind sapped of its strength." What could I say except, "I'm coming now"? I said it, and my face took on the color that makes a man deserve to be excused. Meanwhile, across the slope ahead of us, people were passing, chanting Miserere, singing the psalm in alternating parts. But when they noticed that the rays of light did not shine through my human form, they changed their chanting to a drawn-out, breathless, "Oh!" Then two of them, dispatched as messengers, came running up and started to implore us. "We pray you, please tell us about yourselves." My master answered them, "You may return bearing the news to those who sent you here, that this man's body is true flesh and blood." If they were stunned, as I suppose they were, because he casts a shadow, now they know, and it could profit them to honor him. I never saw a meteor at night cut through the tranquil air, or bolt of light flash through the cloudy August sky at dusk. As quickly as they rushed back to their group, then all together they wheeled round and rushed toward us like a full charging cavalry. "Oh, look at all those souls pressing toward us," the poet said. "Each one will have its plea. Listen to him, but move on as you do." "Oh soul," they cried, "you there, moving toward bliss, clothed in the body you were born with, stop just for a moment. Look at us and see. If you know anyone among here, so as to bring back news of him to earth—" "Oh wait, where are you going? Oh, please stop. We are all souls who met a violent death, and we were sinners to our final hour, but then the light of heaven lit our minds, and penitent and pardoning, we left that life at peace with God, who left our hearts with longing for the holy sight of him." I said, "I see your faces, but cannot recognize one. But, O souls, born for bliss, if there is some way I can please you now, tell me, and I will do so. By that peace which I go searching for, while following from world to world so great a guide as this." One soul replied, We need no oath from you. All of us here know you will keep your word, unless some lack of power thwarts your will. Now, speaking for myself, I will plead first. If ever you should travel to the land between Romagna and the realm of Charles, I beg you, be so gracious as to ask the souls in Fano to say prayers for me, that I may soon begin to purge my guilt. I came from Fano, but the deep-cut wounds from which I saw my life's blood spilling out were dealt me in the Antinori's land, the land where I believed I was most safe. As though if Esse had me killed, his hatred for me reached far beyond all reason's bounds. If only I'd fled towards Mira when at Oriaco they took me by surprise. I still would be with men who live and breathe. Instead, I ran into the swampy mire. The reeds entangled me. I fell, and there I watched a pool of blood fill from my veins. Another soul said, "Oh, may the desire that draws you up the mountain be fulfilled, and you, please help me satisfy my own. I am Buonconte, once from Montefeltro. No one, not even Giovanni, cares for me, and so I walk ashamed among these souls." I said, "What violence, or was it chance, swept you so far from the Campaldon that no one ever found your burial place?" He said, "Below the Consenso flows the river Arciano, which rises above the Covenant in the Apennines. Beyond it, it takes another name. And there I made my way, my throat an open wound, fleeing on foot, and bloodying the plain. There I went blind. I could no longer speak, but as I died, I murmured Mary's name. And there I fell, and left my empty flesh. Now hear the truth. Tell it to living men. God's angel took me up, and hell's fiend cried, 'Oh, you from heaven, why steal what is mine? You may be getting his immortal part, and won it for a measly tear. At that, but for his body, I have other plans. You know how vapor gathers in the air, then turns to water when it has returned to where the cold condenses it as rain. To that ill will, intent on evilness, he joined intelligence, and, by that power within his nature, stirred up mist and wind, until a valley, by the end of day, from Prato Magno to the mountain chain, was fog-bound. With dense clouds he charged the sky. The saturated air turned into rain. Water poured down, and what the sodden ground rejected filled and overflowed the deepest gullies, whose spilling waters come to join and form great torrents, rushing violently, relentlessly to reach the royal stream. Close to its mouth, the raging Arciano discovered my cold body, sweeping into the Arno, loosening the cross I'd made upon my breast in final pain. It dragged me to its banks, along its bed, then swathed me in the shroud of all its spoils. Oh, please, when you are in the world again, and are quite rested from your journey here, a third soul, following on the second, said, Oh, please, remember me. I am called Pia Siena. Siena gave me life. Maremma, death. As he knows who began it when he puts his gem upon my finger, pledging faith. Canto 6. The souls of those that have died by violence continue to press eagerly upon the pilgrim. Among them, Dante recognizes Benincasa of Laterano, Guscio Tarlati of Pietramala, Federico Novella, Ferranata, son of Marzucco degli Scornigiani, Count Orso of Mangona, and Pier de la Brosse of Turin. As he frees himself from this encumbering crowd of shades, the pilgrim asks Virgil about the power of prayer to effect the will of heaven. Virgil gives a partial explanation and tells the pilgrim that he will have to wait until Beatrice gives him a more comprehensive elucidation of the matter. Nothing of figures seated in silence not far away. Virgil and the pilgrim go up to him and ask directions. Upon learning that Virgil is a Mantuan by birth, the stranger embraces him. It is the shade of Sordello. At this point, there is a break in the action of the poem, and Dante invades at length against the evil and corruption of Italy. The loser, when a game of dice breaks up, despondent, often lingers there as he, learning the hard way, replays all his throws. The crowd leaves with the winner, some in front, some tugging at him from behind, the rest close to his side to beg to be recognized. He keeps on going, listening to them all. The ones who get a handout will not push, and this is his protection from the crowd. I was that man caught in a begging throng, turned my face toward one, and then the next, buying my way out with promises. I saw the Aretine who met his death at the revengeful hand of Gint di Tacco, I saw that soul, who drowned, giving pursuit. I saw with hands outstretched, imploring me, Federico Novello, and the Pisan, too, whose death inspired good Marzuko's strength. I saw Count Orso, and I saw that soul torn from its body, so he said, by hate and envy, not for any wrong he did. Piero de Robros, I mean. And while still here on earth, the Lady of Brabant might take care lest she end up in our fouler flock. Once I had freed myself from all those shades who prayed only that others pray for them, and thus quicken their way to bliss, I said, it seems to me that somewhere in your verse, you, O my light, deny explicitly the power of prayer to bend the laws of heaven. Yet these souls ask precisely for such prayers. Does this, then, mean their hopes are all in vain, or have I failed to understand your words? And he, what I once wrote means what it says. Yet, if you think about it carefully, you must see that their hopes are not deceived. High justice would in no way be debased, and art and love should cancel instantly if the debt these penitents must satisfy. The words of mine you cite apply alone to those whose sins could not be purged by prayer, because their prayers had no access to God. Do not try to resolve so deep a doubt. Wait until she shall make it clearer. She, the light between truth and intelligence. You understand me? I mean Beatrice. She will appear upon this mountaintop. You will behold her smiling in her bliss. I said, my lord, let us make greater haste. I'm not as tired as I was before, and look, the mountain casts a shadow now. As long as daylight lasts, we shall move on, climbing as far as possible, he said, but things are not the way you think they are. Before you reach the top, you'll see the sun come out from where the slope is hiding him, preventing you from casting any shade. But see that spirit stationed over there, all by himself. The one who looks at us. He will show us the quickest way to go. We made our way toward him. O Lombard soul, how stately and disdainful you appeared. What majesty was in your steady gaze. He did not say a word to us, but let us keep on moving up toward him, while he was watching like a couchant lion on guard. But Virgil went straight up to him and asked directions for the best way to ascend. The shade ignored the question put to him, asking of us, instead, where we were born, and who we were. My gentle guide began, Mantua, and the other, until then all self-absorbed, sprang to his feet and came toward him. Oh, Mantuan, I am Sordello of your hometown. And the two shades embrace. Ah, slavish Italy, the home of grief, ship without pilot caught in a raging storm, no queen of provinces, whorehouse of shame. How quick that noble soul was to respond to the mere sound of his sweet city's name by welcoming his fellow citizen. While now, no one within your bounds knows rest from war, and those enclosed by the same wall and moat, even they are at each other's throats. O wretched Italy, search all your coasts, probe to your very center. Can you find within you any part that is at peace? What matter if Justinian repaired the bridle, if the saddle's empty now? The shame would have been less if he had not. You priests, who should pursue your holiness, remembering what God prescribes for you, let Caesar take the saddle as he should. See how this beast has grown viciously wild, without the rider's spurs to set her straight, since you dare to take the reins into your hands. O German Albert, you abandon her, allowing her ungoverned to run wild. You should have been astride to a saddle bow. Let a just judgment fall down from the stars upon your house, one unmistakable and both strange enough to terrify your heir. You and your sire, whom greed for greater wealth holds back up there, have let this come to pass. The garden of the empire is laid waste. Come see the Capuletti, callous heart. See the Monaldi, the Montecchi, ruined, the Filippeschi, fearful of their fate. Come, heartless one, come see your noblemen who suffer. Help them heal their wounds. Come see how safe it is to dwell in Santa Fiore. Come see your city, Rome, in mourning now, widowed, alone, lamenting night and day. My Caesar, why have you abandoned me? Come see how people love each other now, if you cannot be moved to pity us. Then come and feel the shame your name has earned. O Jove supreme, crucified here on earth for all mankind, have I the right to ask if your just eyes no longer look on us? Or is this part of a great plan conceived in your deep intellect to some good end that we are powerless to understand? For all the towns of Italy are filled with tyrants, and a dolt who plays the role of partisan can pass for a Marcellus. Florence, my Florence, how happy you must be with this digression, for you're not involved. Thank your resourceful citizens for that. Some men have justice in their hearts. They think before they shoot their judgments from the bow. Your people merely shoot off words about it. Some men think twice when offered public posts. Your citizens accept before they're asked, shouting, I'll gladly sacrifice myself. Rejoice, I say to you. You have good cause. Rich as you are, so wise, knowing such peace, the facts bear out the truth of what I say. Athens and Lacedaemon was still well known for ancient laws and civil discipline, showed but the faintest signs of order then compared to you, who plan so cleverly that by the time November is half done, the laws spun in October are in shreds. How often within memory have you changed coinage and customs, laws and offices, and members of your body politic? Think back, and if you see the truth, you'll see that you are like a woman, very sick, who finds no rest on her soft, sumptuous bed, but turns and tosses to escape her pain. Canto 7. The action is renewed as Virgil and Sordello conclude their elaborate embrace. Upon learning that he has embraced not merely a fellow Mantuan, but Virgil, the very glory of the Latin race, Sordello does him further homage. Virgil explains to Sordello the nature and scope of his journey with the pilgrim and asks to be shown the quickest way up the mountain. Sordello volunteers his services as guide, but remarks that it is almost nightfall, and that it is the law of Purgatory that no one may ascend the mountain at night. The darkness of the shadows afflicts the will with impotence. However, Sordello knows of a good place to rest, and suggests that they might spend the night there. He leads the two poets to a ledge above the Valley of the Princes, where they see the so-called negligent rulers who are singing the Salve Regina. From this vantage above the valley, Sordello points out a member of the souls below, Rudolph of Habsburg, Henry VII of Luxembourg, Ottokar II, King of Bohemia, Philip III of France, Henry the Fat of Navarre, Peter III of Aragon, his son Charles of Anjou, Henry III of England, and William VII Longsword. When this glad, ceremonious embrace had been repeated several times, Sordello, stepping back, said, Tell me, who are you? Before those souls worthy to climb to God were taken to this mountain by his grace, my bones were buried by Octavian. I am Virgil. The reason I lost heaven was through no other fault than lack of faith. This was the answer my guide gave that shade. As one who suddenly beholds a thing incredible will first believe and then misdoubt and say, It cannot be. So seems Sordello. Then he bent his head, and this time, reverently, turned to embrace my master as a vassal does his lord. O glory of the Latin race, he said, you who did prove the power of our tongue, O deathless excellence of my own land, what merit or what grace grants me this sight? Tell me, if I am worthy of your words, are you saved from hell? And if so, from what ward? Through all the circles of the realm of grief have I come here, he said. A heavenly power showed me this road, and with its aid I come. Not what I did, but what I did not do cost me the sight of that high sun you seek, whose meaning was revealed to me too late. There is a place down there, made sorrowful by darkness of its untormented grief. No shrieks of pain are heard, but hopeless sighs. I dwell with infant souls of innocence bit off from life by death before the sin that they were born with could be washed away. I dwell with those who could not clothe themselves in the 3 holy virtues, but unstained knew all the rest, and practiced all of them. But if you know, and are allowed to tell, how can we find the quickest way to reach the same place where purgatory truly starts? Since we are not restricted to one spot, being free to roam around and up, he said, I'll be your guide as far as I may climb. But see, the day is coming to an end. At night it is forbidden to ascend, so we should think of some good place to rest. Off to the right, here is a group of souls. If you allow me, I shall take you there. I think you will take pleasure meeting them. What do you mean? My guide said. If a soul started to climb at night, would he be stopped, or would he simply find he could not move? Sordello drew his finger along the ground, answering, Look, after the sun has set, you could not go a step beyond this line. There's nothing that prevents our going up except the darkness of the shadows. This alone afflicts the will with impotence. We can, indeed, go down the slope and roam as far around the mountains as we wish, as long as the horizon locks out day. My lord, amazed by what he heard, replied, In that case, take us to the place where you said, where we would find a pleasurable rest. We started on our way, and soon I saw a hollow in the mountain slope, just like the hollow that a valley makes on the earth. Now we will go, the shade announced to us, to where the mountain folds into a lap. There we will wait until the new day comes. A winding path that was not very steep led us to a point upon the hollow's rim, where the sides sloped to less than half its height. Think of fine silver, gold, cochineal, white lead, Indian wood, glowing and deeply clear, fresh emerald the instant it is split. The brilliant colors of the grass and flowers within that dale would outshine all of these, as nature naturally surpasses art. But nature had not only painted there the sweetness of 1,000 odors fused into one unknown, unrecognizable. I heard Salve Regina sitting there. Upon the grass and flowers I saw souls hidden till then below the valley's rim. Please do not ask me, said our Mantuan guide, to lead you down to where you see those souls, until the sinking sun has found its nest. From here it is much easier to see the faces and movements of them all, than if you were among them there below. The one who sits the highest and who looks as if he left undone what was to do, and does not join the others in their song, was Rudolph, Emperor, who could have cured the wounds that were the death of Italy. It will be long before she lives again. The one who seems to comfort him once ruled over that land, whose waters flow into Moldau, to the Elbe, to the sea. Ottokar, more respected as a babe than Wenceslas, his bearded son, is now feasting on lechery and idleness. That snub-nosed figure in the close conference, with a kind-looking person at his side, dishonoring the lily, died in flight. Look at him there. See how he beats his breast. Look at the other soul, cradling his cheek within his palm, sighing, Father-in-law and father of the plague of France, they are. They know about his dissolute, foul life, and that is why they feel such piercing grief. That sturdy-looking soul seated beside the big-nosed one, singing in tune with him, was girded with the cord of every good. If only that young man behind him there had lived to rule a longer time, indeed, true merit would have flowed from cup to cup, as did not happen with the other heirs. Now James and Frederick possess his realms, but neither got the better heritage. Not often does the sap of virtue rise to all the branches. This is his own gift, and we can only beg that he bestow it. My words applied to him with the big nose, as well as Peter there, who sings with him, on whose account Province and Puglia grieve. As much as this seat plant is less than he, just so much more than Margaret and Beatrix can Constance boast her husband's excellence. And see Henry of England sitting there all by himself, king of the simple life, whose branches bear him better fruit by far. The one who sits below them on the ground, and who looks up at them, is Marquis William, whose war with Alessandria has made all Monteferrat and Canavese weep. Canto 8. As the pilgrim looks on, one of the souls in the valley below rises and begins singing the Te Lucis Ante. The rest of the inhabitants of the valley join in and sing the hymn through to the end, keeping their eyes fixed on the sky. As they continue to stare upward, 2 angels are seen to descend from heaven. These angels take up positions on either side of the group of souls, and Sordello explains that they have come to guard the valley against the serpent who will appear at any moment. He then announces that it is time to go down among the great shades of the valley. Having descended only a few steps, Dante recognizes the shape of Nino Visconti. Nino, righteously indignant, discusses with Dante the infidelity of widows who remarry. Virgil is explaining certain stellar phenomena of the southern hemisphere, when suddenly Sordello announces the coming of the serpent. No sooner does a beast appear, however, that it is put to flight by the 2 angel guardians. The pilgrim then speaks to Conrad Malaspina, lavishly praising the reputation of the Malaspina family, and Conrad prophesies that Dante will one day have cause from his own experience to praise this family. It was the hour when a sailor's thoughts, the first day out, turn homeward, and his heart yearns for the loved ones he has left behind. The hour when the novice pilgrim aches with love, the far-off tolling of a bell now seems to him to mourn the dying day. I was no longer listening to words, but looking at a soul who had stood up, requesting with a gesture to be heard. He raised his hands, joining his palms in prayer, his gaze fixed towards the east, as if to say, I have no other thought but thee, dear Lord. Te Lucis Ante, with such reverence and so melodiously came from his lips, that I was lost to any sense of self. The rest, then, reverently, in harmony, joined in to sing the hymn through to the end, keeping their eyes fixed on the heavenly spheres. Sharpen your sight, reader. The truth, this time, is covered by a thinner veil, and so the meaning should be easy to perceive. I saw that noble host of souls, who now in silence kept their eyes raised to the heavens, as if expectant, faces pale and meek. And then I saw descending from on high 2 angels with 2 flaming swords, and these were broken short and blunted at the end. Their garments, green as tender newborn leaves, unfurling, billowed out behind each other, fanned by the greenness of their streaming wings. One took his stand above us on our side, and one alighted on the other bank. Thus, all the souls were held between the 2. My eyes could not see with ease their golden hair, but could not bear the radiance of their faces. Light that makes visible can also blind. From Mary's bosom both of them descend, to guard us from the serpent in the veil, Sordello said. He'll be here soon, you'll see. Not knowing from what point he would appear, I turned around, and frozen by fear, I pressed close to those shoulders I could trust. Sordello spoke again. Now it is time for us to join the noble shades below, and speak with them. I know they will be pleased. I only had to take 3 steps, I think, before I reached the bottom. I saw a shade peering at me, trying to know my face. By now, the air had started turning dark, but not so dark that we could not see clear, so close we are, what was concealed before. He made his way toward me, and I toward him. Noble Judge Nino, how I did rejoice to see that you were not among the damned. No loving words of welcome did we spare than he. How long since you have come across the boundless waters to the mountain's base? Oh, I replied, I left the realm of grief this morning. I'm still in my first life, but hope to gain the other by this road. When Nino and Sordello heard my words, both of them backed away from me, amazed, unable to believe what they had heard. One turned to Virgil, and the other one turned to a soul nearby. "Corrado, rise!" he cried. "Come here, see what God's grace has willed." He turned to me. "I beg you, in the name of that grace shown to you by him who hides his primal cause too deep for man to delve. When you have crossed the enormous gulf once more, tell my Giovanna she should plead for me, for prayers from guiltless hearts are listened to. I think her mother has stopped loving me, for she has put aside those bands of white which she, poor soul, will soon be longing for. From her, it is not difficult to learn how long love's flame burns in a woman's heart, if sight and touch do not rekindle it. The snake that leads the Milanese to war will not provide an emblem for her tomb, as splendid as Galura's cock would be." These were his words, and his whole countenance displayed the signs of righteous zeal, the kind which flares up when it should within the heart. My eyes kept looking at the sky, just where the stars move slowest, as within a wheel the axle moves more slowly than the rest. My guide said, "Son, what are you staring at?" I answered him, "Are those 3 brilliant torches lighting up all the polar region here?" And he to me, "Those 4 bright stars you saw this morning now are underneath the mount, and these have risen here to take their place." But then Sordello clutched his arm and said, "Behold our adversary over there." He pointed to the place where we should look. Along the little valley's open side, a serpent moved. The very one perhaps had offered Eve the bitter fruit to eat. Through grass and flowers slid the vicious streak, stopping from time to time to turn its head and lick its back and make its body sleek. I did not see, so I cannot describe, how the 2 holy falcons took to flight, but I saw clearly both of them fly down. Hearing those green wings cutting through the air, the serpent fled. The angels wheeled around, flying in perfect time back to their posts. The shade, who had drawn close to Nino's side when called by him, did not at any time during the skirmish take his eyes from me. So may the lamp that lights your upward path find in your will enough sustaining fuel to take you to the enameled mountaintop. He then began, "If you have recent news of Val di Magra or parts thereabout, tell me, for in that land I once was great. Corrado Malaspina was my name, but not the elder, though I sprang from him, and here I cleansed the love I bore my own." "Oh," I replied, "I've never visited the lands you ruled. The whole of Europe, though, has heard about your glorious domain. The fame that honors your great family proclaims resoundingly its lords and lands, even to those who have never traveled there. And, as I hope to reach the top, I swear that your great lineage maintains intact the glorious honor of the purse and sword. Habit and virtue have so shaped your race that while the wicked head perverts the world, they shun the path of evil, they alone." He said, "Know that the sun will not repose a 7th time on the large bed of the ram spreads over and bestrides with all 4 feet. Before the kind opinion you just gave shall be nailed hard into your brain with nails, truer than words you may have heard of us, unless God's course of justice be cut short." Canto 9. The pilgrim falls asleep, and near dawn dreams that he is being snatched up into the sphere of fire by an angel. The imaginary heat of his dream wakes him, and he is dazed and terrified until he discovers that Virgil is sitting close by. Virgil explains that they have come to the gates of Purgatory proper, and that while the pilgrim slept, a lady named Lucia came and bore him up there in her arms. As I draw near the gates, the pilgrim discerns 3 steps of different colors, leading up to them. The first is white as marble, the second is darker than purple black, and rough and crumbling. The third is red as flaming porphyry. On the threshold of the gate, above this last step, sits a guardian angel with a naked sword, clothed in garments the color of ashes. With the tip of the sword, he traces 7 P's on the pilgrim's forehead. and instructs him to be sure to wash away these wounds during his stay in the place of purgation. The guardian then takes 2 keys, one gold and one silver, with which he was entrusted by St. Peter, and unlocks the gateway to purgatory. He warns the pilgrim that once inside, he is not to look back again, or he will be expelled. Then the hinges of the heavy sacred doors make a strange sound as they swing open. As the pilgrim passes through, he hears the faint and distant strains of what seems to be the Te Deum Laudamus. Now, pale upon the eastern balcony appeared the concubine of old Tithonus, arisen now from her sweet lover's arms. Her brow was glittering with the precious stones set in the shape of that cold-blooded beast that strikes and poisons people with its tail. And of the hour steps that night ascends already, where we were, 2 had been climbed, and now the 3rd was folding down its wings. When I, who carried with me Adam's weight, conquered by sleep, searched out upon the grass on which all 5 of us were sitting then, at the hour when the swallow, close to dawn, begins to sing her melancholy lays, perhaps remembering her ancient woes, and when our mind, far straying from the flesh, less tangled in the network of its thoughts, becomes somehow prophetic in its dreams, dreaming, I seemed to see hovering above a golden feathered eagle in the sky, with wings outspread and ready to swoop down. I seemed to find myself in that same place, where Ganymede was forced to leave his friends caught up to serve the conclave of the gods. I wondered, could this be the only place the eagle strikes? Perhaps he does not deign to snatch his prey from anywhere but here. Dreaming, I saw him circle for a while, then terrible as lightning he struck down, swooping me up to the sphere of fire. And there it seemed the bird and I both burned. The heat of that imaginary place was so intense, it woke me from my sleep. Just as Achilles woke up in a daze, glancing around himself with startled eyes, not knowing where he was or whence he came, when he, asleep, was taken by his mother, borne in her arms from Chiron's care to Skyros, from where the Greeks would lure him finally. So I was dazed, when sleep had fled my face. I turned the deathly color of a man, feeling the freezing grip of fright on him. Beside me was my comfort, all alone. Now it was day, the sun 2 hours high, and what I saw before me was the sea. You must not be afraid, my leader said. Take heart, for we are well along our way. Do not hold back. Push on with all your strength. You have arrived at Purgatory now. You see the rampart that surrounds it all, and where you see the cleft, that is the gate. Before the break of day, while your soul slept within your body, still at rest upon the flowers of that painted glen, a lady came. She said, I am Lucia. Come, let me take this man who lies asleep. I wish to speed him on his journey up. Sordello and the other shades remained. She took you in her arms at break of day, and brought you here. I followed after her. Before she set you down, her lovely eyes showed me the open entrance. Then she left, and as she went, she took away your sleep. As one who, first perplexed, is reassured, and feels his fear replaced by confidence, once what is true has been revealed to him. Such was the change in me. And when he saw me free of care, my leader made his way up, and along the bank with me behind. Reader, you see how lofty is my theme. You should not be surprised if now I try to match its grandeur with more subtle arts. Close to the top, we reached a point from where I saw a gate. It first appeared to be merely a gap, a break within the wall. And leading up to it, there were 3 steps, each one a different color, and I saw the silent figure of someone on guard. I slowly raised my eyes. I saw that he was sitting on the highest step, his face too splendid for my eyes. I looked away, and in his hand he held a naked sword, so dazzling were the rays reflected thence. Each time I tried to look, I could not see. He said to us, Speak up from where you are. What is it that you want? Where is your guide? Beware! You may regret your coming here." "A while ago, a lady sent from heaven acquainted with such matters," said my guide, "told me, 'Behold the gate. You must go there.'" "May she continue guiding you to good," the courteous keeper of the gate replied. "And so, come forward now up to our stairs." We reached the steps. White marble was the first, and polished to the glaze of a looking-glass. I saw myself reflected as I was. The second one was a deeper dark than Paris, of rough and crumbling, fire-corroded stone, with cracks across its surface, length and breadth. The third one, lying heavy at the top, appeared to be of flaming porphyry, red as the blood that spurts out from a vein. Upon this step, the angel of the Lord rested his feet. He sat upon the sill, which seemed to be of an adamantite rock. Up the 3 steps my master guided me, benevolently saying, "Ask him now, in all humility, to turn the key." Falling devoutly at his holy feet, in mercy's name, I begged to be let in. But first of all, 3 times I smote my breast. Then with his sword he traced upon my brow the scars of 7 P's. "Once entered here, be sure you cleanse away these wounds," he said. "Ashes or earth, when it is dug up dry." This was the color of the robes he wore. He reached beneath them and drew out 2 keys. One key was silver and the other gold. First, he applied the white one, then the yellow. With that, the gate responded to my wish. Whenever either one of these 2 keys fails to turn properly inside the lock, the angel said, the road ahead stays closed. One is more precious, but the other needs wisdom and skill before it will unlock. For it is that one which unties the knot. I hold these keys from Peter, who advised, "Admit too many rather than too few, if they but cast themselves before your feet." Then, pushing back the portal's holy door, "Enter," he said to us, "but first be warned. To look back means to go back out again." And then the pivots of that sacred gate, fashioned of heavy metal, resonant, turned slow inside their sockets. The rolling roar was louder and more stubborn than Tarpeia's when it was robbed of vigilant Metellus, its treasury made lean from that time on. And as the grating pivots rolled, I turned, for I heard chanting, "Te Deum Laudamus," accompanied by the sweet notes of the door. This harmony of sounds made me recall just how it seems in church when we attend to people singing as the organ plays. Sometimes the words are heard, and sometimes lost. Canto 10. Virgil and the pilgrim pass through the gate, and it shuts resoundingly behind them as they make their way along a narrow path through a rocky cleft. They finally emerge from this needle's eye to find themselves on a deserted ledge. The wall of the cliff that rises to one side of the ledge is adorned with carvings in white marble, all of them offering examples of the virtue of humility. The first example is a scene of Annunciation. The second carving represents David, who has put aside his kingly splendor to dance in humility before the Lord. The third shows the Emperor Trajan, halting his mighty array of warriors on horseback to listen to a poor widow's plea for justice. As the pilgrim stands, marveling at these august humilities, Virgil directs his attention to a group of souls that is moving toward them. They are the proud, who, beating their breasts, make their way around the ledge under the crushing weight of tremendous slabs of stone that they carry on their backs. When we had passed the threshold of the gate forever closed to souls whose loves are bad, and making the crooked road seem like the straight, I heard it close again, resoundingly. If I had turned to look back at the gate, how could I have explained this fault of mine? Then we were climbing through a narrow cleft, along a path that zigzagged through the rock, the way a wave swells up and then pulls back. Now we are at the point, my guide began, where we must use our wits. When the path bends, we keep close to the far side of the curve. This forced us into taking smaller steps, so that the waning moon had made its way to rest already in its bed, before we finally squeezed through the needle's eye. When we were free, once more out on the mount, where this recedes enough to form a ledge, we stopped there on the level space that stretched lonelier than a desert path. I, tired, and both of us uncertain of the way, from the plain's edge verging on empty space, to where the cliff face soared again, was room for 3 men's bodies laid out end to end, as far as I could take in within my eyes, measuring carefully from left to right. This terrace did not vary in its width, and standing there, before we took its step, I realized that all the inner cliff, which, rising sheer, offered no means to climb, was pure white marble. On its flawless face were carvings that would surely put to shame not only Polycletes, but nature too. The angel who came down to announce on earth the peace longed for by weeping centuries, which broke the ancient ban and opened heaven, appeared before our eyes, a shape alive, carved in an attitude of marble grace, an effigy that could have spoken words. One would have sworn that he was saying Ave, for she who turned the key opening for us the highest love was also figured there. The outlines of her image carved the words Ecce ancilla Dei, as clearly cut as is the imprint of a seal on wax. Why don't you look at other parts as well? My gentle master said, the while I stood close by his side, the side that holds the heart. And so I turned my eyes and looked ahead, past Mary's figure, to that point where he who prompted me now stood. And there I saw another story cut into the stone, crossing in front of Virgil. I drew near, so that my eyes could take in all of it. Carved in a spread of marble there, I saw the cart and oxen with the holy ark, a warning not to exceed one's competence. Ahead of it moved 7 separate choirs, testing my senses. One of these said, no, the other said, yes, they truly sing. With equal art, the smoke which censers poured was traced so faithfully that eyes and nose could not decide between a yes or no. Ahead, and far beyond the sacred ark, his robes girt up, the humble psalmist danced, showing himself both more and less than king. Depicted on the other side was Michal, and from a palace window she looked on, her face revealed her sadness and her scorn. I moved away from that place to observe at closer range another story told in whiteness just beyond the face of Michal. Here was told the magnanimity of that great prince of Rome, whose excellence moved Gregory to win his greatest fight. There rode the noble Trajan, emperor, and clinging to his bridle as she wept, a wretched widow, carved in lines of grief. The trampled space surrounding him was packed with knights on horseback, eagles flying high, threaded in gold of banners in the wind. That poor widow, amid the mass of shapes, seemed to be saying, Lord, avenge my son who has been killed. My heart was cut with grief. He seemed to answer, You will have to wait for my return. And she, like one impelled by frantic grief, But, oh, my Lord, if you should not return. And he, Who takes my place, will do it for me. She, How can you let another's virtue take the place of yours? And he, Take comfort, for I see I must perform my duty. Now, before I leave, justice so wills, and pity holds me here, that one for whom no new thing can exist, fashioned this art of visible speech, so strange to us who do not know it here on earth. As I stood there, delighting in the sight of these august humilities displayed, dear to behold for their own craftsman's sake. See over there how slowly they approach that crowd of souls, the poet whispered to me. They will direct us to the lofty stairs. My eyes, intent on their admiring, were nonetheless not slow to turn toward them, for they are always eager for new sights. But, reader, when I tell you how God wills, his penitents should pay their debts. Do not abandon your intention to repent. You must not think about the punishment. Think but of what will come of it. At worst, it cannot last beyond the final day. Master, what I see moving toward us there, I said, do not seem to be shades at all. I do not know what they are. My sight's confused. The grievous nature of their punishment, he answered, bends their bodies toward the ground. My own eyes were not sure what they saw. Try hard to disentangle all the parts of what you see moving beneath those stones. Can you see now how each one beats his breast? O haughty Christians, wretched, sluggish souls, all you whose inner vision is diseased, putting your trust in things that pull you back. Do you not understand that we are worms, each born to form the angelic butterfly that flies defenseless to the final judge? Why do your souls' pretensions rise so high, since you are but defective insects still, worms as yet, imperfectly evolved? Sometimes one sees a corbel, holding the weight of roof or ceiling, carved in human shape, with chest pressed tightly down against its knees, so that his unreality gives real anguish to one who sees it. This is how these souls appeared, and how they made me feel. True, some of them were more compressed, some less, as more or less weight pressed on each other's backs. But even the most patient of them all seemed through his tears to say, I can't go on. Canto 11. The canto opens with the prayer of the proud, an expanded version of the Lord's Prayer. Virgil then asks the penitents to tell him the quickest way up the mountain, and one of the souls replies that he will show them an opening through which they may ascend. This is the soul of Umberto Aldobrandesco, who acknowledges that the sin of pride in his family has ruined not only himself but his entire house. The pilgrim is then recognized by another soul, Odorissi of Gubbio, who proclaims against the empty glory of human talent. And Odorissi points to still another of the souls of the proud, Provenzen Salvani, the presumptuous dictator of Siena. Our Father, who art in heaven, dost abide not there constrained, but dwelling there because thou lovest more thy lofty first effects. Hallowed be thy name. Hallowed thy power by thy creatures, as it behooves us all to render thanks for thy sweet effluence. Thy kingdom come to us with all its peace. If it come not, we of ourselves cannot attain to it, no matter how we strive. And as thine angels offer up their wills to thee in sacrifice, singing Hosanna, let all men offer up to thee their own. Give us this day our daily manna, Lord. Without it, those most eager to advance go backward through this wild wasteland of ours. As we forgive our trespassers, do thou forgive our trespasses, merciful Lord. Look not upon our undeserving worth. Our strength is only weakness. Lead us not into temptation by our ancient foe. Deliver us from him who urges evil. This last request, beloved Lord, we make not for ourselves, who know we have no need, but for those souls who still remain behind. Thus praying for their welfare and for ours, those souls move slowly bent beneath their weights, the slowness that oppresses us in dreams. Unequally tormented by their loads, making their tired way on the first round, purging away the filth of worldliness. If they up there, pray always for our good. Think of what we down here can do for them, when praying hearts are rooted in goodwill. We ought, indeed, to help them wash away the stains they bring from earth, that they may rise weightless and pure into the wheeling stars. Ah, so may justice join with pity free you from our Lord, that you may spread your wings and fly up to the goal of your desire. Show us how we may find the shortest way to reach the stairs, if there are any paths direct us to the one least steep to climb. This man who comes here with me bears a weight. He is invested still with Adam's flesh, and so, against his will, is slow to climb. Some words then came in answer to the ones that had been spoken by my leader, but it was not clear to me from whom they came. Someone, however, said, "Follow this bank, along the right with us, and you will find the road a living man can surely climb. If I were not prevented by this stone that curbs the movement of my haughty neck, it makes me keep my face bent to the ground. I would look up to see if I might know this unnamed living man, and hope to move him to compassion for my burdened back. I was Italian, born of a great Tuscan. Guglielmo Aldobrandesco was my sire. Perhaps you never heard the name before. My ancient lineage, the gallant deeds of my forebears, had made me arrogant, forgetful of our common Mother Earth. I held all men in such superb disdain, I died for it, as all Siena knows, and every child in Campagnatico. I am Umberto, and the sin of pride has ruined not only me, but all my house, dragging them with it to calamity. This weight, which I refused while I still lived, I am now forced to bear among the dead, until the day that God is satisfied." I had my head bent low to hear his words, and someone, not the one who spoke just now, twisted around beneath his punishment, and saw my face, and knew me, and called out, straining to keep his eyes on me as I moved with those souls, keeping my body bent. "Oh," I said, "you must be that Odalissi, honor of Gubbio, honor of the art which men in Paris call illuminating. The pages of Franco Bologna's paints," he said. "My brother, smile more radiantly. His is the honor now, mine is far less. Less courteous would I have been to him, I must admit, while I was still alive, and my desire was only to excel. For pride like that, the price is paid here. I would not even be here, were it not that while I still could sin, I turned to God. O empty glory of all human power! How soon the green fades from the topmost bough, unless the following season shows no growth. Once Cimabue thought to hold the field as painter. Giotto now is all the rage, dimming the luster of the other's fame. So one Guido takes from the other one poetic glory, and already born, perhaps, is he who will drive both from fame's nest. Your earthly fame is but a gust of wind that blows about, shifting this way and that, and as it changes quarter, changes name. Were you to reach the ripe old age of your death, instead of dying, prattling in your crib, would you have more fame in 1,000 years? What are 10 centuries to an eternity? Less than the blinking of an eye compared to the turning of the slowest of the spheres. You see, that soul ahead crawling along, all Tuscany resounded with his name. Now hardly it is whispered in Siena, where once he ruled, and managed to destroy the Mediathek of Florence, once so proud, but now become as venal as a whore. Your earthly fame is like the green in grass. It comes and goes, and he who makes it grow green from the earth will make it fade again. And I to him, your words of truth have humbled my heart. They have reduced my swollen pride. But who is he who you spoke about just now? That's Provenzano Salvani, he replied, and he is here because presumptuously he sought to gain control of all Siena. So he crawls on, and he has crawled since he died, knowing no rest, and such coin is paid here by those who were presumptuous down there. And if it is true that any soul who has delayed repentance till the last must wait down there before he can ascend the same amount of time he lived on earth, unless he's helped by efficacious prayer, then how has he arrived so fast up here? He said, while the apex of his glory, in Siena's marketplace, of his free will, putting aside all shame, he took his stand, and there, to ransom from his suffering, a friend who is immured in Charles' jail, he brought himself to do what chilled his veins. I say no more. My words, I know, are vague, but your own neighbors not too long from now will help you to interpret what I've said. It was this deed of his that sped him here. Canto 12. As they leave the souls of the proud, Virgil calls the pilgrim's attention to a series of carvings in the bed of rock beneath their feet. These are the examples of the vice of pride, of the haughty who have been brought low. Depicted in the carvings are Satan, the giant Briareus, Nimrod, Niobe, Saul, Arachne, Rehoboam, the slaying of Erifle by her son Alcmaeon, Sennacherib's murder by his son, the slaughter of Cyrus by Tomris, the destruction of the Holofernes and the rout of the Assyrians, and finally the fall of Troy. As it continues circling the ledge, Virgil admonishes the pilgrim to lift his head in an anticipation of the angel of humility. With a brush of his wings, the angel removes the first P from the pilgrim's forehead, and, as the two poets make their way through the pass to the next terrace, they hear a sweetly sounding song, the Beatitude, Blessed are the poor in spirit. The pilgrim now feels himself to be lighter, since one of the P's has been removed, and is able to climb with considerably less effort. Like oxen keeping step beneath their yoke, we moved along, that burdened soul and I, as long as my kind teacher would allow. But when he said, "Now leave him and move on, for each one here must drive his boat ahead, with sail and oar, and all the might he has," I stood up straight to walk the way man should. But, though my body was erect, my thoughts were bowed and shrunken to humility. Now I was moving, happily following the footsteps of my master, both of us showing how light of foot we had become. When, "Now look down," he said, "you will be pleased, and it will make your journey easier, to see this bed of stone beneath your feet. As tombs set in a church floor often bear carved indications of the dead man's life and preservation of his memory, pierced by such recollection of the dead, a man is very often brought to tears, though only those with piety are moved. Just so I saw, but far more true to life, being divinely wrought, stone carvings there, covering the path that juts out from the mount. I saw, on one side, him who was supposed to be the noblest creature of creation, plunged swift as lightning from the height of heaven. I saw Briareus on the other side, pierced through by the celestial thunderbolt, heavy upon the ground, frozen in death. I saw Thymbraeus, saw Pallas and Mars, still armed, close to their father, looking down at severed, scattered members of the giants. I saw the mighty Nimrod by his tower, standing there, stunned and gazing at the men who shared at Shinar his bold fantasy. O Niobe, I saw your grieving eyes, they wept from your carved image on the road, between your 7 and 7 children slain. O Saul, transfixed by your own sword, how dead you seem to lie at Mount Gilboa's plain, which since that time has known no rain or dew. O mad Arachne, I could see you there, half turned to spider, sad above the shreds of your own work of art that sent into you. O Rehoboam, the image of you here no longer threatens in a chariot, it flees fear-stricken, though no man pursues. Depicted, too, in that hard pavement stone was Alcmaeon, who made his mother pay so dearly for the accursed ornament. Depicted there were Sennacherib's own sons, assaulting him at prayer within the temple, and their departure as he lay there dead. Depicted was Tomris, with the ruin and slaughter that she wrought. Her words to Cyrus, "Blood you have thirsted for, now drink your own." Depicted was the rout of the Assyrians, who fled at Holofernes' death. It showed the remains of his mutilated corpse. I saw Troy, gaping from its ashes there. O Ilium, how you are fallen low, depicted on the sculptured road of stone. What master artist, with his brush or pen, could reproduce these shapes and shadings here? Such art must overwhelm the subtlest mind. The dead seemed dead, the living seemed alive. No witness to the scene itself saw better than I who trod upon it, had head bent low. Be proud, then, onward, haughty heads, held high, you sons of Eve. Yes, never bow your head to see how evil is the road you tread. We had, by now, gone farther round the mount, and much more the sun's course had been traced than I, preoccupied, could have conceived, when he who always kept a watchful eye, as he moved on, said, Raise your head up now, you have spent time enough, lost in your thoughts. Look over there, and see, the angel comes, and see, the sixth handmaiden has returned, already from her service to the day. Show reverence in your face and attitude, so that he will be glad to help us again. Think that this day will never dawn again. I was well used to his admonishments not to waste time, so anything he said to that effect could never be obscure. Still closer to us, clothed in white, he came, the radiantly fair creature, and his face was shining like a trembling star at dawn. He spread his arms out wide, and then his wings. He said, Come now, the steps are very close. Henceforth, the climbing will be easier. To such an invitation, few respond. O race of men, born to fly heavenward, how can a breath of wind make you fall back? He led us straight to where the rock was cleft. Once there, he brushed his wings against my brow. Then he assured me of a safe ascent. As on the way up to the mountaintop, crowned by the church, beyond the Rubicons, set high, above that so well-governed town, the steepness of the bold ascent is cut. On the right hand by steps carved in the rock, in times when one could trust ledgers and staves. So here, the bank that from the second round falls steep has been made easier with steps, though on both sides the high rock presses close. While we were walking toward those steps, the song Beate Pauperis Spiritu rang out, more sweetly than could ever be described. How different are these passageways from those of hell! One enters here to music, there below to sounds of violent laments. As we were climbing up the sacred steps, I seemed to feel myself much lighter now than I had been before on level ground. Master, I said, tell me what heavy thing has been removed from me. I feel as if to keep on climbing would be effortless. He answered, When the peas that still remain, though they have almost faded, on your brow, shall be erased completely like the first, then your feet will be light with good desire. They will no longer feel the heavy road, but will rejoice as they are urged to climb. Then I did something anyone might do, made conscious by the way men looked at him, that he must have some strange thing on his head. His hand will try hard to investigate, feeling around to find fulfilling thus the duty that the eyes cannot perform. So my right hand, with fingers spread, found just 6 of the 7 letters that were carved upon my brow by him who keeps the keys. Observing this, my master smiled at me. Canto 13. The pilgrim and Virgil reach the second cornice, which is the livid color of stone. Since there are no souls in sight of whom to ask directions, Virgil turns to the sun for guidance. When he and Dante have walked about a mile along the ledge, they hear a disembodied voice crying out the examples of generosity, the virtue opposed to the vice of envy. The first of the virtuous examples that it cites is the Virgin Mary's solicitude at the wedding feast of Cana, when she tells her son they have no wine. The second is the attempt of Pylades to save the life of his friend by claiming, I am Orestes. And the third is the commandment from the Gospels, love your enemy. Virgil explains that on this terrace, the sin of envy is punished, and he indicates the souls of the envious sitting huddled together against the face of the cliff. They can be heard reciting the litany of the saints, and as the pilgrim approaches them, he remarks their piteous conditions. They are dressed in the coarsest of haircloth, and their eyelids have been stitched shut with an iron thread. The pilgrim has a long conversation with Sepia of Siena, who confesses that he rejoiced in the defeat of her own townsmen at the Battle of Cologne. Now we are standing on the highest step, where, for a second time, we saw a ledge cut in the mountain that heals all those who climb. This terrace stretches all round the hill, exactly like the one below, although the arc of this one makes a sharper curve. No sign of any souls or carvings here. The cliff face is all bare, the roadway bare, save for the livid color of the stone. If we wait here until somebody comes to give directions, said the poet, our choice, I am afraid, will be too long delayed. Then, looking up and staring at the sun, he made of his right side a pivot point, bringing the left side of his body round. O cherished light in whom I place my trust, please guide us on this unfamiliar road, he said, for in this place guidance we need. You warn the world, you shed your light on it. Unless there be some reason that opposes, your radiant light should always show the way. We had already gone along that ledge, as far as what is called a mile on earth, and quickly, too, because of our goodwill, when spirits who could not be seen were heard, as they came flying towards us, speaking words of courteous invitation to love's board. The first voice that came flying past us sang out loud and clear the words, Vinum non habent. Then we could hear them echoing behind, before the notes had faded quietly into distance. Another voice cried out, I am Orestes. And the voice, too, swept by. Oh, I said, Father, what voices are these? And just as I was asking this, a third said, passing by, Love those who do you harm. Then my good master said, The envious this circle scourges. That is why the whip used here is fashioned from the cords of love. The curb must sound the opposite of love. You will most likely hear it, I should think, before the pass of pardon has been reached. Now look in front of you, look carefully, and you will see some people over there, all of them with their backs against the cliff. I looked ahead of me, straining my eyes. I saw a mass of spirits, wrapped in cloaks, the color of the stone they leaned against. And then, as we came closer to these souls, I heard the cry, Oh Mary, pray for us. Then, Michael, Peter, and all saints, they cried. I do not think there is a man on earth with heart so hard that it would not be pierced with pity if he saw what I saw then. When I had come up close enough to see the nature of the penance they endured, the sight squeezed bitter tears out of my eyes. Their cloaks seemed to be made of coarsest cloth, and one's head on another's shoulder lay, the inner cliff supporting all of them. They brought to mind blind beggars at church doors, during indulgences begging their bread, the one leaning his head upon the next, to stir up pity in their fellow man, not only by the sound of begging cries, but by the looks that plead no less than words. Just as the blind cannot enjoy the sun, so too the shades I saw before me here, the light of heaven denies its radiance. The eyelids of these shades had been sewn shut with iron threads, like falcons newly caught, whose eyes we stitched to tame their restlessness. I felt that I was doing something wrong, walking along, staring at people who could not stare back. I turned to my wise guide, who knew quite well what his mute ward would ask, and waiting not for me to speak, said, Yes, but let your words be brief and to the point. Virgil was walking on one side of me, along the terrace edge where one could fall, for there was no protective parapet. While on the other side of me were massed those supplicating souls, whose cheeks were wet with tears that seeped out through the horrid seams. I turned to them and said, O souls assured that someday you will see the light of heaven, which is the only goal that you desire, so may God's grace soon wash away the film clouding your consciousness, and thus allow the stream of memory to flow through pure. Please let me know. I would be very grateful. Is someone here perhaps Italian? I could be very helpful if you were. My brother, all of us are citizens of one true city. You mean, is there a soul who was a pilgrim once in Italy? This answer to my question seemed to come from somewhere up ahead, so I moved on to where those souls could clearly hear my words. Among them I discerned one shade that looked expectant. How could I tell? The chin was raised. That searching gesture of the blind. I said, O soul, learning to dominate yourself for the ascent. If it was you who spoke, tell me your name or where you live. She said, I was a Sienese. Here with the rest, I mend my evil life with tears and beg of him that he will reveal himself to us. Though named sapient I was not. I always reveled in another's grief, enjoying that more than my own welfare. If you do not believe me, listen now, and you will see how far my folly went in the declining arc of my long years. It happened that my townsmen were engaged in battle just outside of Culla. I prayed God for what already he had willed. Our men were scattered on the plain and forced to take the bitter course of flight. I watched the chase, seized with a surge of joy so fierce. I raised my shameless face to God and cried, I have lost all my fear of thee. I was a blackbird when the sun comes out a while. I did not seek my peace with God, not till my final hour came. And even then, penance would not yet have reduced my debt. Had it not been for one Pier Pettineo, who, moved by charity to grieve for me, remembered me in all his holy prayers. But who are you, so eager to inquire about us here, you with your eyes unsown, so I would guess, and breathing out your own words? My sight one day shall be sewn up, I said, but not for long. My eyes have seldom sinned in casting envious looks on other folk. It is a greater fear that shakes my soul, that of the penance done below. Already I feel on me the weight those souls must bear. And she, then, who has led you here to us, if you count on returning down below. And I, this man with me who does not speak, I am alive. And if you want me to, O chosen soul, I would be glad to move my mortal feet on earth on your behalf. Oh, what a miracle this is, she said. What evidence of God's great love for you. Yes, help me with a prayer from time to time. By what you hold most dear, I beg of you, if ever you set foot on Tuscan soil, restore my name among my kinsfolk there. They live with those who dream of Telamon, whose foolish hopes will make them lose much more than they lost looking for Diana's bed. But still, the admirals will lose the most. Canto 14. The canto opens with the gossip of two blind souls, excited by their awareness of the unprecedented presence before them of a man who is still alive. They finally ask the pilgrim who he is and where he is from. Dante's reference to his place of origin, the valley of the Arno, touches off a lengthy outburst of anti-Tuscan sentiment from one of his interlocutors. The pilgrim then asks their names. The speaker identifies himself as Guido del Duca, and his fellow shade as René de Calboli, and immediately launches into another invective, this time against the recent degeneracy of Romagna. As the pilgrim and Virgil are leaving the souls of the envious, they hear the sharp crack of voices screaming out exempla of envy. The first voice is that of Cain, and the second, that of the Athenian princess Aglaurus, who is turned to stone because she envied her sister, who was loved by the god Mercury. Who is this roaming around our mountainside before his soul is given wings by death, opening his eyes and closing them at will? Who knows? All I know is he's not alone. Why don't you ask him? You are nearer him. Speak nicely to him so he'll answer you. There to my right, I overheard two souls talking about me, huddled head to head. They raised their faces then, as if to speak, and one said, O soul, living prisoner within the flesh, but moving up to heaven, console us in the name of love. Please tell, where are you from and who are you? The grace that God has given you fills us with awe, for this is something we have never seen before. And I said, Through the heart of Tuscany, a little river, born in Falterona, winds in its course more than 100 miles. And from its banks I bring this body here. There is no point in telling you my name, for I have not as yet won fame on earth. If I have clearly understood the gist of what you have just said, replied the shade, is it the Arno you are speaking of? The other said to him, why would he want to keep the real name of the river hid, as if it were too horrible to say? The shade who had been questioned answered back, I don't know why, but it could only be a blessing for that valley's name to die. For from its source, where the steep mountain chain from which Pelorus is cut off is rich, with waters that no other place can claim, down to the very point where it restores that which the sky has taken from the sea, thereby supplying rivers with their flow. Virtue is loathed. Men run away from it, as from a snake. Either the place is cursed, or else its old corruption guiding them. The dwellers in that miserable vale have let their nature be transformed. It is as if they lived on food from Circe's sty. Past hoggish brutes who should be eating acorns rather than food prepared for human use. This river first directed its puny course. It keeps on dropping down to run among packs of small curs who snarl more than they bite. Disdainfully, it turns away its snout. Still farther down it falls. The more this damned and God-forsaken sewer ditch expands, the more the dogs give way to wolves, and then, through many deep-cut gorges it descends, to run among those foxes steeped in fraud, who fear no trap contrived by human skill. I will not stop, though this man hears my words. In fact, it would be good for him to know what inspiration has revealed to me. I see your grandson now leading the chase, hunting down wolves, the one that packed the banks of that wild stream. They live in terror there. He sells their flesh while they are still alive, and then, like worn-out cattle, slaughters them. Himself he robs of honor, them of life. He comes forth, bloody from the wretched woods, which even in 1,000 years from now could not rewood itself as once it was. As at the news of some impending doom, the face that listens shows the shock received, no matter from what side the danger looms. Just so that shade, intent on listening, revealed his consternation and his grief, as he took in the meaning of those words. The words of one of them, the other's face, made me so curious to know the pair. I asked them, begged them, to reveal their names. At this, the shade who spoke to me at first replied, and you want me to bring myself to do what you refused to do for me. But since God wills his grace to shine in you, so generously stingy I shall not be. Guido del Duca used to be my name. Envy was quick to fire up my blood. Whenever I would see someone rejoice, you'd see me turning livid at his joy. I sowed this envy, now I reap this straw. O human race, why do you place your hopes where partnership must always be denied? This is Rainier. This is the pride and joy of Calbali, a house without an heir, who might inherit any of his worth. From Po to mountains, Reno to the sea, their house is not the only one stripped bare of all that's good in life and chivalry. For all the land within these boundaries is choked by poisonous weeds, which would resist all efforts to prepare the soil for seeds. Where is Mainardi? Where is the good Lizio, Pier Traverso, Guido de Cabigna, all Romagno's bastard descendants? False. When in Bologna will there grow again a Fabbro? When a Fabbro in Faenza, that noble section of a lowly plant? O Tuscan, I must weep when I recall Ugolin de Azzo, Guido de Prata, two who lived among us once. And what about Federico de Tognisi and his friends, the Traversaro clan, the Anastaghi, both families without an heir, and those ladies and knights those feats, that courtly play with which love and courtesy did once inspire, in that domain where all hearts now grow vile. O Bretonoro, Why don't you disappear? Your noble families and others, too, have fled from the corruption in your midst. Bagnacabal does well to have no sons, and Castracoro's wrong, and Conyo more, in bothering to breed such counts as theirs. When the Paganese demon finally drops dead, they will be better off, although the record of their evil deeds remains. O Ugolin de Fantalin, your name is safe, since there's no chance it will be stained by the degeneracy of future heirs. By now, go, Tuscan. I would rather weep, much rather weep, than say another word. Our discourse has wrung so my sorrowing mind. We knew those good souls heard us move away. Thus, by their silence, we could be assured of having taken the right path to climb. As we were walking on our lonely road, there came the lightning ripping through the air. A voice shot out at us from ahead. I shall be slain by all who find me. Then it rolled past us like thunder dying down, after the sudden bursting of a cloud. Our ears had just been recovering, when came the rumbling of a second voice, one clap of thunder thundering on the other. I am Aglaros, who was turned to stone. With that, instead of going on, I moved a little closer to my poet by now. The air around us was serene once more. Then, Virgil said, that was the iron curb devised to keep man within due bounds. But you men take the bait, swallow the hook, let the adversary reel you in. And neither rein nor spur avails for you. The heavens wheeling round, you call to you, revealing their eternal beauties. Yet you keep your eyes fixed on the ground alone, and he, the all-discerning, strikes you down. Canto 15. The pilgrim is stunned by the light emanating from the angel of generosity, and Virgil explains that soon such a sight will not be a burden to his eyes, but a great joy. As they climb past the angel, they hear from below the singing of the Beatitude, Blessed are the merciful. At the pilgrim's prompting, Virgil delivers a discourse on the difference between earthly and heavenly possessions. When he has finished, the two poets find themselves on the third terrace. Here, the exempla of meekness, the opposite of the sin of wrath, present themselves in the form of ecstatic visions. The first vision is of the Virgin meekly questioning the Christ child as to why he has remained behind in the temple, causing his parents so much distress. The second vision is of Pisistratus, who, despite the imprecations of his wife, refused to take revenge on the young man who had embraced his daughter. The final example of meekness is taken from the life of Saint Stephen, the first martyr. The canto ends ominously with the menacing appearance of a thick black cloud of smoke, which envelops the pilgrim and his guide. The same amount of time it takes that sphere, which, like a child at play, is never still, to go from break of day to the third hour, was left now for the sun to run its course. Toward night, mid-afternoon, it was up there, and midnight here, where I'm writing this. Now, its late rays struck full upon our faces, for we had gone so far around the mount that we were walking due west toward the sun. But suddenly I felt my brow forced down by light far brighter than I had sensed before. My mind was stunned by what I did not know. I placed both my hands above my eyes and used them as a visor for my face to temper the intensity of light. A ray leaps back from water or from glass, reflecting back the other way as it ascends, in the same way it first came down, forming an angle with a plummet line, exactly equal to the incidence, as theory and experiment both show. In just this way, it seemed I had been struck by light reflected just in front of me, and that is why I quickly looked aside. Dear Father, what is this? There is no way for me to shield my eyes from such bright light. It's moving towards us, isn't it? I asked. "Don't be surprised if you can still be dazed by members of the heavenly court," he said. "This is our invitation to ascend. Not long from now, a sight like this will prove to be no burden, but a joy as great as nature has prepared for your soul to feel." Before the blessed angel now we stood. He joyfully announced, "Enter this way, to stairs less steep by far than those below." Past him we went, already climbing, when Beate Misericordes from behind came ringing, and "Conqueror, rejoice!" And while my guide and I, in solitude, were moving upward, I, hoping to learn from his wise words with every step we took, turned toward him and began to question him. What did that spirit from Romagna mean, who spoke of partnership and of denial? Knowing the price he pays for his worst fault, he answered. Naturally, he censures it, hoping that others will have less to bear. Because you make things of this world your goal, which are diminished as each shares in them, envy pumps hard the bellows for your sighs. But if your love were the lofty sphere, your cravings would aspire for the heights, and fear of loss would not oppress your heart. The more there are up there who speak of ours, the more each one possesses, and the more charity burns intensely in that realm. I hunger more for satisfaction now, I said, than when I held my tongue before, and new perplexities come to my mind. How can one good that's shared by many souls make all those who possess it wealthier than if it were possessed by just a few? And he, since you insist on limiting your mind to thoughts of worldly things alone, from the true light you reap only the dark. That infinite, ineffable true good that dwells in heaven speeds instantly to love, has light rays to a shining surface wood. Just as much ardor as it finds, it gives the greater the portion of our love, the more eternal goodness we receive. The more souls there above who are in love, the more there are worth loving. Love grows more, each soul a mirror mutually mirroring. And if my words have not appeased your thirst, when you see Beatrice, you will see all of your longings truly satisfied. Strive hard for the quick disappearance now of the 5 wounds that suffering will heal, just as the other 2 have left no trace. I was about to say, I'm satisfied, but seeing that we had reached the next round, my eager eyes forgot about my tongue. And there it seemed to me that suddenly I was caught up in an ecstatic trance, a temple filled with people I could see. A lady at the entrance, whispering, tenderly, as a mother would, "My son, hast thou dealt with us this way? You see, thy father and I, both of us in tears, have searched for thee." Silence. The vision then, quick to appear, as quickly disappeared. And then another lady I could see. Her cheeks were streaked with tears distilled by grief, a grief born from the spirit of revenge. She spoke. "If you are master of this town, whose naming caused such strife among the gods, and which shines as the source of all the arts, take vengeance on those wanton armed that dared embrace our daughter, all Pisistratus." And then it seemed that Lord replied to her, his face serene, his words gentle and calm. "What shall we do to those who wish us harm if we condemn the ones who show us love?" And then I saw a mob, raging with hate, stoning a boy to death, as all of them kept screaming to each other, "Kill him! Kill!" I saw him sinking slowly to his knees, the weight of death forcing him to the earth. But still his eyes were open, gates to heaven, while he in agony prayed to his Lord for the forgiveness of his murderers, his face showing compassion for them all. When finally my soul became aware of the reality that lay beyond, I recognized my error and its truth. My leader, who saw I was in the plight of someone trying hard to wake from sleep, said, "What is wrong? Have you lost all control? You have been walking for a good half-league, like someone half asleep or drunk on wine. Your eyes about to close, unsteady legs. Oh, my sweet father, listen, I will tell you all the things that did appear to me while I could scarcely move my legs," I said. And he, Were you to put 100 masks upon your face, still you could never hide from me the slightest thought that comes to you. The things you saw were shown that you might learn to let your heart be flooded by the peace that flows eternally from that high fount. I did not ask, "What's wrong?" as one who looks with eyes that have no gift of insight might, eyes doomed to blindness once the body dies. I ask you this to give strength to your limbs. So must the lazy man be spurred to put the time of his reawakening to best use. We walked along, with evening coming on, into the splendor of the setting sun, looking ahead as far as we could see. Then gradually a cloud of smoke took shape. Slowly it drifted toward us, dark as night. We were not able to escape its grip. It took away our sight in the pure air. Canto 16. The pilgrim is blinded by the smoke and clings tenaciously to his guide. He hears the voices of the wrathful singing the Agnus Dei in perfect concord. One of the souls, Marco the Lombard, comes forth to speak with the pilgrim and, at his invitation, accompanies him and Virgil to the end of the smoke-filled space. Discussing the problems connected with the present-day corruption of society, he belittles the influence of the stars on human affairs, affirms the existence of free will, and laments the lack of good leadership in church and state. The gloom of hell, or of a night bereft of all its planets under barren skies, and totally obscured by dark, dense clouds. Never had wrapped my face within a veil so thick, made of such harsh and stinging stuff, as was that smoke that poured around us there. It was too much for open eyes to bear, and so my wise and faithful guide drew near, offering me his shoulder for support. Just as a blind man walks close to his guide, in order not to stray or to collide with something that could hurt or even kill him, so I moved through that foul and acrid air, hearing my guide keep telling me, "Watch out. Be very careful not to lose me here." I could hear voices which all seemed to pray, the Lamb of God, who takes away our sins, that he be merciful and grant them peace. Each prayer they sang began with Agnus Dei. The same words, sung in unison, produce an atmosphere of perfect harmony. "Master, these voices, are these shades I hear?" I asked, and he to me, "Yes, you are right, and they are loosening the knot of wrath. And you whose body cleaves our smoke, you speak of us, though you still belong with those who measure time by calendars." I heard a voice somewhere that spoke these words. My master said, "Answer his question first, then ask him if this is the right way up." And I, "O creature, you who must cleanse your soul and give it back, made beautiful to God, you will hear wonders if you come with me." "I'll come as far as I'm allowed," he said, "and if we cannot see each other's face, we can at least hear one another's words." Then I began, still wrapped in mortal bonds. The death has yet to loose. I climbed to heaven, and through the pains of hell I have come here. Since God has given me the special grace of his desire, that I should see his court by means unknown to men of our day. Please tell me who you were before you died, and tell me too, is this the way to reach the passage up? Your words shall be our guide. I was a Lombard, Marco was my name. I knew about the world, I loved that good, at which men now no longer aim their bows. The path you're on will lead you to the stairs. Thus he replied, then added, "Now, I pray that you will pray for me when you're above. I promise you to do what you have asked." I said, "But there's a problem haunting me. I can no longer keep it to myself. I was first made aware of it below, and now it plagues my mind a second time. For your words second what I first heard there. The world indeed, as you have just declared, is destitute of every virtue known, swarming with evils, ever breeding more. What is the cause of this? Please make it clear, that I may teach the truth to other men. Some see it in the stars, some on the earth." A deep sigh, wrung by grief into, "Alas," came first, and then, "The world, brother, is blind, and obviously the world is where you're from." You men on earth attribute everything to the sphere's influence alone, as if with some predestined plan they moved all things. If this were true, then our free will would be annihilated. It would not be just to render bliss for good or pain for evil. The spheres initiate your tendencies, not all of them, but even if they did, you have the light that shows you right from wrong, and your free will, which, though it may grow faint in its first struggles with the heavens, can still surmount all obstacles if nurtured well. You are free subjects of a greater power, a nobler nature that creates your mind, and over this the spheres have no control. So, if the world today has gone astray, the cause lies in yourselves and only there. Now I shall carefully explain that cause, from the fond hands of God, who loves her even before he gives her being. There issues forth, just like a child, all smiles and tears at play, the simple soul, pure in its ignorance, which, having sprung from her Creator's joy, will turn to anything it likes. At first, she is attracted to a trivial toy, and though beguiled, she will run after it, if guide or curb do not divert her love. Men, therefore, needed the restraint of laws, needed a ruler able to at least discern the towers of the true city. True, the laws there are, but who enforces them? No one. The shepherd who is leading you can chew the cud that lacks a cloven hoof. And so the flock that see their shepherd's greed for the same worldly goods that they have craved are quite content to feed on what he feeds. As you can see, bad leadership has caused the present state of evil in the world, not nature that has grown corrupt in you. On Rome, that brought the world to know the good, once shown two suns that lighted up two ways, the road of this world and the road of God. The one sun has put out the other's light. The sword is now with the crook, and fused together thus must bring about misrule. Since joined, now neither fears the other one. If you still doubt, think of the grain when ripe. Each plant is judged according to its seed. The region of the Po and Adage flowed with true worth, with honest courtesy, until the time of Frederick's campaign. But now, the kind of man who is ashamed to talk with, even meet with, honest folk, may travel there completely reassured. There, 3 old men still live in whom the past rebukes the present. How those 3 must yearn for God to call them to a better life. Corrado de Palazzo, good Gerardo, and Guido de Castel, who's better named the simple Lombard, as the French would say. Tell the world this: the Church of Rome, which fused 2 powers into one, has sunk into muck, defiling both herself and her true role. Well argued, my dear Marco, I replied, and now I understand why Levi's sons were not permitted to inherit wealth. But who is this Gerardo whom you give as an example of a race extinct, whose life rebukes this barbarous age of ours? Your words are meant to trick me or test me, he said. How can he speak the Tuscan tongue and not know who the good Gerardo is? I know him by no other name than this, unless he's known as Gaia's father too. God be with you. And now I must go back. See how the rays of light through the thick smoke grow brighter now. The angel's near, and I must leave before he sees me. And he turned, not giving me a chance to ask him more. Canto 17. As the pilgrim emerges from the cloud of smoke that surrounds the wrathful, the sun is about to set. He experiences 3 more visions that offer exempla of wrath, that center on the stories of Procne, Haman, and Amasa, the wife of King Latinus. The angel of meekness then appears and points to the way by which the 2 poets may continue their ascent. As they move toward the indicated stairway, they hear the words of the Beatitude, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Upon reaching the 4th terrace, the pilgrim feels that all strength has left his limbs, and both he and his guide rest from their journey. They have reached the terrace of the slothful, and night is about to fall. Virgil takes advantage of this pause to discourse on the nature of love. showing that all the sins purged in purgatory spring from one of the three perversions of love. His words bring the canto to a close. Reader, have you ever found yourself caught in a mountain fog, trying to see your way through it, as sightless as a mole? Remember how at last the damp, dense air starts to dissolve, and how the sun's pale disk feebly begins to penetrate the mist, and you will find it easy to recall what it was like when finally I saw the sun again, the sun about to set. Matching the faithful footsteps of my guide, I walked out of that cloud into the light, whose rays have died out on the shore below. O power of fantasy that steals from our minds, from things outside to leave us unaware, although 1,000 trumpets may blow loud. What stirs you if the senses show you nothing? Light stirs you, formed in heaven, by itself, or by its will, who sends it down to us. In my imagination there took shape the impious deed committed by that being, transformed into the bird that lives to sing. My mind became at this point so withdrawn into itself that the reality of things outside could not have entered there. Then poured into my soaring fantasy a figure crucified, whose face revealed contempt and fury even as he died. By him the great Ahasuerus stood, Esther his wife, and the just Mordecai. Integrity in word and deed was his. Then, when this image of its own accord bursts like a bubble, when the watery film around it breaks, another vision rose. In my imagination, a young girl, bitterly weeping, saying, "O my queen, why did you let your rage destroy your life? You killed yourself rather than lose Lavinia. Now you have lost me. I am she who mourns your death, mother, before another's ruin." When suddenly closed eyes are struck by light, our sleep is broken, though it lingers on, a little while before it fully dies. Just so my vision slipped away from me, when I was struck by light across my eyes, a light far brighter than is known on earth. Looking around to find out where I was, I heard a voice. "Here is the place to climb." This drove all other thoughts out of my mind, and left me burning with desire to see the one who spoke. A wish that will not cease till it comes face to face with its desire. But, as if looking at the burning sun, whose brilliance overwhelms the sight and veils its very form, I felt my powers fail. This is an angel of the Lord who comes to show us the ascent before we ask, and hides himself in his own radiance. He treats us as a man would treat himself, who sees the need but waits for the request. Already is half guilty of denial. So let our feet obey his call, and climb as far as possible while there is light, for we may not ascend once it grows dark. These were my leader's words, and then, as one, the two of us went over to the stairs. As soon as I had taken one step up, I felt what seemed to be a wing that moved and fanned my face. I heard the words, "Beate Pacifici, who feels no sinful wrath." The day's last rays, which night would follow soon, already were so high above now. The stars began to show through, here and there. "Why is my strength fading away like this?" I kept repeating to myself, as I felt all my forces draining from my legs. We had just reached the last step of the stairs, and there we found ourselves immobilized, just like a vessel having run ashore. I waited for a moment, listening to hear some sound come from this unknown round. Then, turning to my master, I inquired, "Oh, my sweet father, what offense is purged here on this terrace? Though our steps have stopped, don't you stop speaking to me." So he said, "That love of good, which failed to satisfy the call of duty, here is fortified. The oar, once sluggish, now is plied with zeal. But if you want to better understand, give me your full attention. You will reap excellent fruit from this delay of ours. Neither creator nor his creatures ever, my son, lacked love. There are, as you well know, two kinds, the natural love, the rational. The natural love may never be at fault. The other, by choosing the wrong goal, by insufficient or excessive zeal. While it is fixed on the eternal good, and observes temperance, loving worldly goods, it cannot be the cause of sinful joys. But when it turns toward evil or pursues some good with not enough or too much zeal, the creatures turn on its creator then. So you can understand how love must be the seed of every virtue growing in you, and now every deed that merits punishment. Now, since it is a fact that love cannot ignore the welfare of its loving self, there's nothing in the world can hate itself. And since no being can be convinced as being all in itself, severed from the first being, no creature has the power to hate his God. And so it follows, if I argue well, the evil that man loves must be his neighbor's. This love springs up three ways in mortal clay. There is the man who sees his own success connected to his neighbor's downfall. Thus he longs to see him fall from eminence. Next, he who fears to lose honor and fame, power and favor, if his neighbor rise, vexed by his good, he wishes for the worst. Finally, he who, wronged, flares up in rage. With his great passion for revenge, he thinks only of how to harm his fellow man. This threefold love is purged by those below. Now, I would have you know the other kind, love that without measure pursues its good. All of you vaguely apprehend and crave a good with which your heart may be at rest, and so each of you strives to reach that goal. If you aspire to it or grasp at it with only lukewarm love, then on this ledge you will be punished, once you have confessed. Another good there is. It brings not joy, not perfect joy, for it is not the true essence, the fruit and root of every good. The love that yields excessively to this is purged above us on three terraces. But how the nature of such love is threefold, I would have you discover for yourself. Canto 18. In response to the pilgrim's request, Virgil continues his lecture on love. More than satisfied with the explanations of his guide, the pilgrim lets his thoughts wander aimlessly and sleepily, when suddenly a group of souls rushes upon them from behind. These are the souls of the slothful. Two souls out in front of the frenzied pack shout out two exempla of the virtue of zeal. One involving the Virgin Mary, the other Julius Caesar. As the crowd rushes by, one soul, the abbot of San Zeno, exchanges a few hasty words with Virgil. The exempla of sloth are proclaimed by two souls at the rear of the rapidly moving group. They involve the recalcitrant Israelites wandering with Moses in the desert, and certain companions of Aeneas who refused to continue the voyage to Latium with him. When he had brought his lecture to an end, the lofty scholar looked into my face, searching to see if I seemed satisfied, and I, already thirsting for more drink, kept silent, wondering, could he perhaps be tired of all this questioning of mine? But that true father, sensing my desire, which was too timid to express itself, spoke first, and thus encouraged me to speak. I said, Master, the light you shed has made my sight so keen that now I clearly see all that your words mean, or what they imply. So I beseech you, Father, kind and dear, define love for me, please, which is, you say, the source of every virtue, every vice. Now focus your mind's eye on what I say, he said, and you will clearly understand the error of the blind who lead the blind. The soul at birth, created quick to love, will move toward anything that pleases it, as soon as pleasure causes it to move. From what is real, your apprehensive power extracts an image it displays within you, forcing your mind to be attentive to it. And, if attentive, it inclines toward this. That inclination is love. Nature it is, which is through pleasure bound anew in you. Just as a fire's flames always rise up, inspired by its own nature to ascend, seeking to be in its own element, just so the captive soul begins its quest, the spiritual movement of its love, not resting till the thing loved is enjoyed. It should be clear to you by now how blind to truth those people are who make the claims that every love is, in itself, good love. They think this, for love's substance, probably, seems always good, but though the wax is good, the impression made upon it may be bad. Thanks to your words, and my keen interests, I know what love is now, I answered him. But knowing this brings more uncertainty. If love comes from a source outside of us, the soul having no choice, how can you praise or blame it for its own love of good or bad? Indeed, to me, I can explain to you as much as reason sees. For the rest, wait for Beatrice. It is the work of faith. Every substantial form, being distinct from matter, yet somehow conjoined with it, contains within itself a certain power, not visible except as it is made, manifest through its workings and effects. As life in plants is proved by their green leaves, so man cannot know where his cognizance of primal concepts comes from, or his bent for those primary objects of desire. These are a part of you. Just like the zeal of bees for making honey, the primal will is neither laudable nor blamable. That other wills conform to this first one. You have the innate faculty of reason, which should defend the threshold of consent. This is the principle on which is based the judgment of your merit, according as it winnows out the good love from the bad. Those men who with their reason probe the depths perceive this liberty innate in man, thereby bequeathing ethics to the world. Let us assume that every love that burns in you arises through necessity. You still have power to restrain such love. This noble power Beatrice knows as freedom of the will. Remember that, if ever she should mention it to you. The moon was shining close to midnight now, like a brass bucket burnished bright as fire, and, thinning out the stars that we could see, was following that course against the sky, made fiery by the sun. When Romans see it set between the Sards and the Corsicans, that noble shade, who made Piotilla renowned above all Mantuan towns, was now free of the burden I had laid on him. And I, having been privileged to reap such clear, plain answers to my questioning, let my thoughts wander vaguely, sleepily. But this solemnite mood did not last long, for suddenly we heard a rush of souls coming around the mount behind our backs. And, as Ismenus and Aesopus saw, in ancient times at night along their banks, the rush and rage of Theban bacchanalia, just such a frenzied urge I thought I saw, when that thick rush of souls curved round the bank, spurred in their race by goodwill and just love. And then they were upon us, that entire enormous mass of spirits on the run. Two out in front were shouting as they wept. "Mary, in haste ran to the hills," cried one. The other, "Caesar, Ilerda to subdue," thrust at Marseille, and then rushed down to Spain. "Faster! Faster! We have no time to waste, for time is love," cried others from behind. "Strive to do good, that grace may bloom again." O souls in whom keep eagerness atones, perhaps for past delay and negligence, induced by lukewarm love of doing good. This man, who is, I swear to you, alive, would like to climb above when day returns. Show us the nearest way to reach the cleft. These were my leader's words. One of the shades called out as he rushed by, "Follow our path, and you will find the passage by yourself." We cannot stop. Desire to race keeps on, running through us. We beg your pardon. Then, if penance seems to be discourtesy, I was San Zeno's abbot in Verona, when the good Emperor Barbarossa reigned. Of him, Milan still speaks with bitterness. There is a man with one foot in the grave, who soon will have good cause to rue the power he wielded once over that monastery. In place of its true pastor, he put as head a bastardly born son of his, deformed in body and maimed worse in mind. If he said more, I did not hear the words. The two of us were left so far behind, but I was glad to hear as much as this. And he, who always was my help in need, said, "Turn around, look at those racing souls, straining themselves to put the curb on sloth." Two at the end were shouting, "All of those for whom the Red Sea's water opened wide were dead before the Jordan saw their hairs. And those who found the task too difficult to keep on striving with Anchises' son gave themselves up to an inglorious life. Then, when those souls had sped so far ahead that they were now completely out of sight, a new thought started forming in my mind, creating others, many different ones. From one to another, thought I wondered sleepily, then closed my eyes, letting my floating thoughts melt into dreams." Canto 19. Just before dawn, the pilgrim dreams of a hideous female, stuttering, cross-eyed, maimed, and with sallow skin. But as he stares intently at her, she loses all her deformity and takes on a very desirable aspect. She is a siren, and her singing captivates the pilgrim and holds him entranced, until a saintly lady appears and rouses Virgil to go to the aid of his charge. Virgil rips open the siren's garment to reveal her belly, the stench from which startles the pilgrim from his dream. As the two poets begin to climb again, the angel of zeal appears to show them the way and pronounces the beatitude, "Blessed are they who mourn." When the two pilgrims reach the next terrace, they see souls everywhere stretched out upon the ground, weeping and sighing as they recite the psalm, "Ad hacet pavimento anima mea." This group is the avaricious, and the pilgrim's attention is attracted by one of the souls, and, with Virgil's consent, he goes over to speak to him. It is the shade of the former Pope Adrian V, who explains that since the avaricious turn their backs on heaven and fix their eyes on earthly goods, so justice has here bound them face down to the ground. He rebukes the pilgrim for kneeling to him, citing a verse from the Gospels to indicate that earthly relationships no longer hold in the spiritual realm, and finally expresses the desire that his niece Elegia be preserved from the corruption surrounding her. It was the hour when the heat of day, quenched by earth's cold, at times by Saturn's too, cannot prevail against the lunar chill. When geomancers see far in the east Fortuna Major rise before the dawn, along a path soon to be bathed in light, there came into my dream a woman, stuttering, cross-eyed, stumbling along her maimed feet, with ugly yellow skin and hands deformed. I stared at her, and as the sun revives a body numbed by the night's cold, just so my eyes upon her worked to free her tongue, and straighten out all her deformities, gradually suffusing her one face with just the color love would have desired. And once her tongue was loosened by my gaze, she started singing, and the way she sang captured my mind. It could not free itself. "I am," she sang, "the sweet siren. I am whose song beguiles the sailors in mid-sea, enticing them, inviting them to joy. My singing made Ulysses turn away from his desired course, who dwells with me seldom departs. I satisfy so well." Her lips had not yet closed, when there appeared a saintly lady standing at my side, ready to foil the siren's stratagem. "Virgil! Oh, Virgil! Who is this?" she cried. With indignation, Virgil moved toward her, keeping his gaze fixed on that noble one. He seized the other, ripped her garment off, exposing her as far down as the paunch. The stench pouring from her woke me from my sleep. I looked at my good master, and he said, "3 times at least I called you. Get up! Come, let us find the passageway for you." So I stood up. Daylight had now spread out through all the circles of the sacred mount as we moved on, the new sun at our back. Following in his footsteps, brow bent low, so heavy with my thought, I must have looked like a half a bridge's arch. I suddenly heard a voice say, "Come here, here is the pass." Words spoken in soft tones of graciousness, tones never heard within our mortal bounds. Then, angels' wings that could have been a swan's, outstretched, invited us to make our way upward between the 2 high, hard stone walls. And then he moved his wings and fanned us both, declaring, Qui lucent, to the blessed, for consolation shall be theirs in heaven. What is it that disturbs you? Said my guide. What causes you to stare so at the ground? By then we had climbed past the angel's post. I said, It is that strange dream which I had, a vision that fills me full of dread. I cannot get the thought out of my mind. You saw, he said, that ageless sorceress, for whom alone the souls above must weep. You also saw how men escaped from her. Let those words be enough. Move faster now, and look up at the lure of mighty spheres that the eternal king forever spins. The hawk, who has been staring at his feet, will, when he hears the cry, stretch wide his wings, ready to soar toward food he knows is there. I did the same. I strained to reach the end of the ascending passage in the rock and enter on another circling ledge. When I came out and stood on the fifth round, I saw spirits stretched out upon the dust, lying face downward, all of them in tears. Aducit pavimento anima mea, I heard, accompanied with heavy sighs, that almost made the words inaudible. O souls elect of God, whose sufferings, justice, and hope make easier to bear, tell us the way to reach the higher stairs. If you have been exempt from lying prone, and wish to find the quickest way to go, be sure to keep your right side to the edge. Thus did the poet ask, and thus I heard, from somewhere close in front of us, so close I could make out the hidden face that spoke. I fixed my eyes upon my master's eyes, and there I saw the joy of his consent to the desire he saw in mine. And then, once free to do exactly as I wished, I walked ahead and stood above that soul whose voice caught my attention earlier. I said, Spirit, in whom weeping makes ripe that without which no one returns to God, I beg you, interrupt your greater task. A moment, tell me who you were and why you all lie prone. Is there some way that I can help you in the world I left alive? Why heaven has made us turn our backs to heaven, the Spirit said, you shall know. But first, si es quod ego fui successor Petri, between Sestri and Chiavari descends a lovely stream, and from its name derives the noble title of my family. In hardly more than 1 month's time, I learned how the great mantle weighs on him who wants to keep it clean. All else is featherweight. I was, alas, converted very late. Only when I became shepherd of Rome did I perceive the falseness of the world. Man's heart, I saw, could never rest down there, nor in that life could greater heights be reached. And so I came to love the other life. Until that time I was a wretched soul, servant of avarice, cut off from God. Here I am punished for it, as you see. What avarice does is declared in this purgation as conversion to the ground. The mountain knows no harsher penalty. Just as our eyes attached to worldly goods would never leave the earth to look above, so justice here has forced them to the ground. Since avarice quenched all our love of good, without which all our labors were in vain, so here the force of justice holds us fast, our feet and hands bound tight within its grip. As long as it shall please the righteous Lord, so long shall we lie stretched out, motionless. I was by then already on my knees. I started speaking. He, at my first words, guessed from their tone the form of my respect. Why are you kneeling at my side? He asked, and I replied, Your dignity commands. My conscience would not let me stand up straight. Up on your feet, my brother, he replied. You should not kneel. I am a servant, too, with you and all the others, of one power. If you have ever understood the words sounded by the holy gospel, Neque nubunt, you will know why I answer as I do. Do not stay any longer. Leave me now. Your presence here prevents the flow of tears that ripens what you spoke about before. I have a niece on earth, by name Allegia, a good girl. May she not be led astray by all the bad examples of our house, and she is all I have left in the world. Canto 20. As the pilgrim and Virgil pick their way through the prostrate souls of the avaricious, someone ahead of them begins to call out the exempla of the virtue opposed to avarice. He proclaims the poverty of Mary, evidenced by the place where she gave birth to her son, and then cites the Roman consul Fabricius, who preferred virtuous poverty to the luxury of vice. And finally, St. Nicholas, whose generosity saved the three maidens from lives of shame. The speaker is Hugh Capet, who established the Capetian dynasty. Addressed by the pilgrim, he identifies himself and goes on to denounce his descendants for their avarice. Hugh explains that as long as daylight lasts, all the souls, with greater or lesser force, recite the exempla of virtue, and that during the night they cry out condemnation of avarice. They cite the greed of Pygmalion, Midas, Acon, Sapphira, Heliodorus, Polymnestor, and Crassus. As the pilgrim and his guide take leave of Hugh, they suddenly feel the entire mountain tremble, and they hear shouts of Gloria in excelsis Deo. Anxious to know what has happened, and puzzled, they continue their journey in silence. The lesser will yields to the greater will. To satisfy him, I, unsatisfied, withdrew my sponge unfilled and turned away. My master moved ahead close to the cliff, wherever there was space, as one who walks along the ramparts hugs the battlements. The mass of souls whose eyes were drop by drop, shedding the sin which occupies our world, left the little room along the terrace edge. God damn you, ageless she-wolf! You whose greed, whose never-sated appetite has claimed more victims than all other beasts of prey. You heavens, whose revolution some men think determine human fate. When will he come? He before whom that beast shall have to flee. Slowly, we moved along with cautious steps, and I could think of nothing but those shades, who grieved and sobbed so piteously there. Then somewhere up ahead of us I heard a voice wailing, "Sweet Mary!" and the cry was like that of a woman giving birth. The voice went on, "How very poor you were is clear to all men from the place you found to lay your holy burden down." And then I heard, "O good Fabricius, you who chose to live with virtue in your poverty, rather than live in luxury with vice." Those words pleased me so much I rushed ahead to where I thought the voice was coming from, eager to know that spirit who just spoke. He kept on speaking, now of the largesse bestowed by Nicholas on the three girls, that they might live their young lives virtuously. "O soul," I said, "who speaks of so much good, tell me who you were, and why no one else joins in to praise the praiseworthy with you. Your answer will not go without reward. If I return to finish the short road of life that races on to its quick end, I'll answer you," he said, "not out of hope for any help from your world, but because God's grace shines in your living presence here. I was the root of that malignant tree which overshadows all of Christendom, so that good fruit is seldom gathered there. But if Douai and Lille and Ghent and Bruges were strong enough, vengeance would soon be theirs. And that it may, I beg of God, the judge. On earth beyond I was called Hugh Capet. From me have sprung the Louis and Philips, rulers of France up to the present day. My father was a Paris cattleman. When the old line of kings had all died out except for him who wore a monk's grey robe, I found I held the reins of government in my firm grip, and that all my new wealth gave me such power, made me so rich in friends, that for the widowed crown of France my own son's head was chosen, and it was from him that those anointed bones were to descend. While my descendants kept their sense of shame, they, though worth little, did no harm. Then came their scheme to get the dowry of Provence. With this bloomed their rapacity, their use of force and fraud. Later, to make amends, they seized Ponthieu, Normandy, Gascony. Charles came to Italy to make amends. He made of Conradin his victim, then sent Thomas off to heaven to make amends. I see a time, and not too far away, when there shall come a second Charles from France, and men shall see what he and his are like. He comes bearing no arms, save for the lance that Judas jousted with, and, taking aim, he bursts the guts of Florence with one thrust. From this he gains not land but sin and shame, and worse is that he makes light of the weight of all his crimes, refusing all the blame. The third once hauled a captive from his ship. I see selling his daughter, haggling the price as pirates do over their female slaves. O avarice, what more harm can you do? You have so fascinated all my hairs. They have no care for their own flesh and blood. The past and future crimes may seem as naught. I see the fleur-de-lis enter Alagna, and in his vicar Christ made prisoner. I see the gall and vinegar renewed. I see him being mocked a second time, killed once again between the living thieves. I see the second pilot, so full of spite that still unsatisfied his greedy sails, he drives unchartered into holy temple. O Lord, when shall I have the joy to see that retribution which, now lying hid, makes sweet thy wrath within thy secret will? The words that I recited earlier about the one bride of the Holy Ghost, which brought you up to me that I might explain, make up the prayers that we here must recite as long as daylight lasts. When night comes, though our litany is just the opposite, then we cry out against Pygmalion, how he turned traitor, thief, and parricide through the unsated appetite for gold, and avarice, Midas, whose requests, moved by his greed, made him a starveling wretch, the butt of ridicule through centuries. Then we recall the foolishness of Achan, who stole the spoils and stirred Joshua's wrath, which seems, as we recite, to sting him still. Next, we accuse Sapphira with her mate. We hail the hoofs that kicked Heliodorus, and all around the mount echoes the shame of Polymnestor slaying Polydorus. The last cry heard is, Crassus, tell us now, what does gold taste like? You should surely know. At times we cry out loud, at times speak soft, according as our feelings spur us on, sometimes with greater, sometimes lesser force. So I was not the only one to cry. The good we praise by day. It was by chance no other spirit raised his voice. We had already taken leave of him, and we were striving to cover as much ground as those prostrate souls allowed us to, when suddenly I felt the mountain shake as if about to crumble, and I felt my body numb, seized by the chill of death. Delos, before Latona, nested there, in order to give birth to those two eyes that shine in heaven, was never shaken more. Then on all sides a shout rose up, so loud my master drew close to my side and said, You need not fear while I am still your guide. Gloria in excelsis, all sang, Deo! At least, this is what those close by sang out. Those words I could hear clearly as they cried, as had the shepherds who had first heard that song. We stood fixed, without soul suspended there, until the hymn ended, the tremor ceased. Then we continued on our sacred road. Beneath our eyes, the prostrate souls once more were wholly given up to their laments. Never before, unless my memory errs, had blind ignorance stirred up in me so violent a desire for the truth, as I felt now, racking my brain to know. I dare not slow our pace with questioning, and I could see no explanation there. I walked along, timid, deep in my thoughts. Canto 21. As the pilgrim and Virgil walk along the terrace of the avaricious, a shade appears and speaks to them. Virgil explains that the pilgrim is still alive, and he relates the nature and purpose of their journey. Finally asking the shade why the mountain has just trembled, the shade explains that the mountain of Purgatory is not subject to the vicissitudes of nature, such as rain, wind, and lightning, but that when a soul feels that the time of its purification has come to an end, and it is ready to ascend to heaven, then the mountain shakes and voices shout praises to God. The shade speaking is the one who has just experienced this release after more than 500 years of purgation. He identifies himself as Statius, the author of Thebaid and the unfinished Achilleid. Statius claims that he has derived his poetic inspiration from the Aeneid, and he expresses his ardent wish to have lived when Virgil was alive, and to have met the great poet. At these words the pilgrim smiles, knowingly, and with his guide's permission reveals to Statius that he is standing in the presence of his mentor. Forgetting himself, Statius bends down to embrace Virgil's knees, but is gently reminded by that prince of poets that they are only empty shades. The natural thirst, which nothing satisfies except that water begged for long ago by the poor woman of Samaria, tormented me, and haste was urging me along the crowded path. And I was still grieving at the just pain these souls must pay, when suddenly, just as we read in Luke, that Christ, new arisen from the tomb, appeared to the two men on the Emmaus road. A shade appeared. He had come from behind while we were trying not to step on shades. Quite unaware of him until he spoke. "May God, my brothers, give you peace." At that we quickly turned around, and Virgil then responded to his words appropriately, and said, "May God's true court, which sentenced me into eternal banishment, lead you in peace into the congregation of the blessed." "What's that?" he said as we kept forging on. "If you are souls whom God will not receive, who let you climb a stairway this far up?" And then my teacher said, "If you observe those marks the angel has traced on his brow, you'll see that he must dwell among the just." But she who labors spinning day and night had not spun out for him the flax which Clotho packs on her distaff for each one of us. Therefore his soul, sister to yours and mine, in coming up, could not come by itself, because it does not see as our eyes do. And so I was brought up from hell's wide throat to serve him as a guide, and guide I shall, as far as my own knowledge will permit. But can you tell me why the mountain shook so hard just now, and why all the souls down to its marshy base cried out as one? My leader's question pierced the needle's eye of my desire, and with the eager hope that this aroused, I felt my thirst relieved. The shade said, "Sacred laws that rule this now will not let anything take place that is uncustomary or irregular. This place is not subject to any change. What heaven takes from itself into itself, and nothing else, can serve as cause up here. Therefore, no rain, no hail, no snow can fall, nor dew nor hoarfrost form at any point beyond the 3-step stairway down below. There are no clouds, misty or dense, no sign of lightning or of Thelma's daughter, she who moves from place to place below. Nor can dry vapors rise beyond the height of those 3 steps of which I just now spoke, whereupon St. Peter's vicar rests his feet. Quakes may occur below, slight or severe, but tremors caused by winds hid in the earth, I know not why, have never reached this high. Up here the mountain trembles when some soul feels itself pure enough to stand erect, or start at once to climb. Then comes the shout. The will to rise alone proves purity. Once freed, it takes possession of the soul, and wills the soul to change its company. It willed to climb before, but the desire high justice set against it inspired it to wish to suffer, as once it wished to sin. And I, who for 500 years and more have lain here in my pain, felt only now will free to raise me to a higher sill. That's why you felt the quake, and why you heard the pious dwellers on the mountain praise God. May you soon call them up to be with him. This was his explanation, and my joy was inexpressible. The more the thirst, the more enjoyable becomes the drink. And my wise leader, now I see what net holds you bound here, and how the mesh is torn, why the mountain shakes, why you rejoice as one. Now if it please you, I would like to know who you once were, and learn from your own words why you have lain so many centuries here. During the rule of the good Titus, who, assisted by the King of Kings, avenged the wounds that poured forth blood which Judas sold. I bore the title that endures the most, and which is honored most, that soul replied. Renown I had, not yet the Christian faith. The spirit of my verses was so sweet, that from Tullus Rome called me to herself, and judged me worthy of the myrtle crown. My name is Statius, still well known on earth. I sang of Thebes, then of Achilles' might, but found that second weight too great to bear. The spark that kindled my poetic ardor came from the sacred flame that set on fire more than 1,000 poets, I mean the Aeneid. That was the mother of my poetry, the nurse that gave it suck. Without that poem, my verses would have not been worth a thing. And if only I could have been alive when Virgil lived, I would consent to spend an extra year of exile on the mount. At these words, Virgil turned to me. His look told me in silence. Silence! But the power of a man's will is often powerless. Laughter and tears follow so close upon the passions that provoke them, that the more sincere the man, the less they obey his will. I smiled and unsmiled quicker than a blink, but he stopped speaking, staring straight at me, into the eyes where secrets are betrayed. So may your toiling win you grace, he said. Tell me the reason for your smile just now, that smile that quickly came and quickly went. Here I am, caught between opposing sides. The one tells me be quiet, the other bids me to speak up, and so I sigh. My guide perfectly understood. Don't be afraid to speak, he said. Speak to him, answer now, the question he has asked so earnestly. You seem to find my smiling very strange, I said to him. O ancient spirit, but I had to tell you something stranger still. This shade here, who directs my eyes to heaven, is the poet Virgil, who bequeathed to you the power to sing the deeds of men and gods. In truth, the only reason for my smile is that you chose to mention Virgil here. Your very words are guilty of my smile. Already he was bending to embrace my teacher's feet. But Virgil, brother, no, you are a shade. It is a shade you see. And Statius, rising, now you understand how much my love for you burns deep in me. When I forget about our emptiness and deal with shadows as with solid things. Canto 22. Leaving the fifth terrace, the pilgrim and Virgil, now accompanied by Statius, are directed to the next ledge by an angel who removes another P from the pilgrim's forehead and pronounces those blessed who thirst for righteousness. Virgil tells Statius that he has felt a great deal of goodwill toward him ever since Juvenal had come down to Limbo with the report of Statius's love and admiration for Virgil. But he is puzzled as to how such a magnanimous spirit could find room in its heart for avarice. Statius explains that his sin was not avarice, but prodigality, and that whenever two sins are the immediate opposite of one another, they are purged together on the same terrace of the mountain of Purgatory. Virgil then asks Statius how he came to be a Christian, and Statius replies that it was Virgil's fourth eclogy that eventually led him to give ear to the Christian preachers. Once converted, however, he kept his faith a secret, and for this lack of zeal was consigned to spend 400 years on the terrace of the slothful. As the poets finish their conversation, they step out onto the sixth terrace, where they encounter a tree with sweet-smelling fruit in the middle of the road. A cascade of clear water rains down on its uppermost leaves. As they draw closer to the tree, a voice from within the branches shouts the exemplar of the virtue opposed to gluttony. By now, we had already left behind the angel who directs to the sixth round, and from my brow erased another scar, saying that all who looked for righteousness are blessed, omitting the esurient and predicating only sentient. And I, lighter than I'd felt before at any other stairs, moved easily upward behind those swiftly climbing shades. Now Virgil was already speaking. Love kindled by virtue always kindles love, if the first flame is clearly visible. Thus, ever since the day that Jovenel came down to Hell's Limbo to be with us and told me of the love you felt for me, I have felt more goodwill toward you, more than was felt toward any person not yet seen, and so these stares will seem much shorter now. But tell me, speak to me as to a friend, and as a friend, forgive me if I seem too bold in slackening decorum's reins. How could your heart find room for avarice, with that abundant store of sound, good sense which you acquired with such diligence? These words of Virgil brought to Statius's lips a briefly lingering smile. Then he replied, "All you have said reveals your love for me. Appearances will often, it is true, give rise to false assumptions, when the truth to be revealed is hidden from our eyes. Your question makes it clear to me that you believe my sin on earth was avarice, perhaps because you found me where you did. In truth, I had no part of avarice, in fact, too little. The sin I purged below thousands of months was prodigality. And if I had not come to change my ways, while meditating on those lines you wrote, where you, enraged by human nature, cry, 'To what extremes, O cursed lust for gold, will you not drive man's appetite?' I would be rolling weights now in the dismal jousts. But when I understood how hands could spread their wings too wide in spending then that sin, and all my others I repented of, how many shall rise bald the final day through ignorance of this vice, forbidding them repentance during life or on death's bed, and know that when the vice of any sin is the rebuttal of its opposite, the two of them wither together here. So, though to purge myself I spent my time among those souls who weep for avarice, my sin was just the opposite of theirs. Now, when he sang about the bitter strife of the twin sources of Jocassa's grief, the bard of Bucalus said to him, 'From what you wrote in Cleo's company, it does not seem that you are faithful then to that faith without which virtue is vain. If this be so, tell me what heavenly sun or earthly beam lit up your course so that you could set sail behind the fishermen.' Statius said, 'It was you directed me to drink Parnassus waters. It was you whose radiance revealed the way to God. You were the lonely traveler in the dark, who holds his lamp behind him, shedding light not for himself, but to make others wise. For you once wrote, the world is born again, justice returns, and the first age of man, and a new progeny descends from heaven. Through you, I was a poet, through you, a Christian. And now, to show you better what I mean, I shall fill in my outline with more color. By then, the world was laboring in the birth of the true faith, sown by the messengers of the eternal kingdom, and your words, which I just quoted now, so harmonized with what the new preachers were saying then, that I would often go to hear them speak. These men became so holy in my eyes that when Domitian persecuted them, I wept as they wept in their suffering. And for as long as I remained alive, I helped them in their righteous way of life, taught me to scorn all other faiths but theirs. Before I brought the Greeks to Theban streams with my poetic art, I was baptized, but was a secret Christian out of fear, pretending to be pagan many years, and for this lack of zeal, I had to run 400 years on the fourth circle. Now, please tell me, you who did remove the veil that once concealed from me the good I praise, tell me, while there is still some time to climb, where is our ancient terrace? Do you know? And Plautus, and Cecilius, and Varius, had they been damned? If so, where are they lodged? They all, along with Perseus and me, and others, said my guide, are with that Greek the Muses suckled more than all the rest. In the first round of hell's unlighted jail, we often talk about the mountain slope where our 9 nurses dwell eternally. Eupates walks with us. Antiphon, Simonides, and Agathon are there, and other Greeks who wear the laurel crown. With us are many of our people too, Antigone, Diphyle, Argia, Ismene, sad as she has ever been, and she who showed Langia to the Greeks, and Thetis, and the daughter of Tiresias, Deidamia, with her sisters too. The poets now were free of walls and stairs, both of them standing silent on the ledge, eager again to gaze at everything. Already the 4 handmaids of the day were left behind, and the chariot pole, the 5th, was tilting up the blazing tip. Then my guide said, "I think we ought to move with our right shoulders to the outer edge, the way we always have gone round this mount. So have it with our guide there." And we went on our way with much less hesitation now, since worthy Stadius gave us his assent. They walked ahead, and I behind. Alone was paying close attention to their words, which taught me things about the art of verse. But then, right in the road, a tree appeared, laden with fruit whose fragrance filled the air, and instantly that pleasant talk was stopped. Just as a fir tree appears toward the top from one branch to branch, so this one tapered down to keep the souls from climbing. I suppose on that side where our way was bounded, poured cleared water from the high rock to the tree, sprinkling the topmost leaves in its cascade. As the 2 poets drew close, there came a voice that shouted at us from within the tree, "This fruit and water is denied to you." Then the voice said, "Mary was more intent on gracing the wedding feast with plenitude than on her own mouth, which now pleads for you." In ancient Rome, the women were content with water as their drink, and Daniel too acquired wisdom by despising food. Mankind's first age was beautiful as gold, and hunger made the acorn savory, and thirst made nectar run in every stream. Locusts and honey were the only foods that fed the Baptists in the wilderness. To that he owes his glory and his fame, which in the Gospels is revealed to you. Canto 23. As the 3 poets turn from the tree, they hear the tones of the psalm Labia me Domine. Soon, a quickly moving band of emaciated spirits with famished faces comes from behind them. These are the gluttonous. The pilgrim recognizes one of these souls by his voice. His features have been so altered by starvation as his old friend Faris Donati. Although a late repentant and dead only 5 years, Faris has been able to advance so far up the mountain on account of the prayers of his widow Nella. The thought of the virtuous Nella provokes from Faris a diatribe against the shameless women of Florence. The canto ends with the pilgrim describing to his old friend the nature of the journey he has undertaken. While I peered up through the green foliage, trying to see what might be hidden there, like one who wastes his lifetime hunting birds, my more than father called to me, "Dear son, come with me now. The time allotted us ought to be spent more profitably." So I quickly turned and, just as quickly, moved to follow the 2 poets, whose talk was such that every step I took cost me no strain. Then suddenly we heard the tearful chant of Labia me Domine, in tones inspiring a sweet blend of joy and pain. "Dear father, tell me, what is this I hear?" I asked, and he replied, "They may be shades loosing the knot of their great debt to God." As pilgrims wrapped in meditation pass someone they do not know along the road, and turn to stare, and then quickly on. So, from behind us, moving swiftly, came and passed us by with a quick look of doubt, a band of spirits, silent and devout. Their eyes dark-shadowed, sunken in their heads, their faces pale, their bodies worn so thin that every bone was molded to their skin. I do not think that wretched Aristicton had come to such a state of skin and bones, not even when he feared starvation most. And I said to myself, look at those souls. They could be those who lost Jerusalem when Miriam sunk her beak into her son. The sockets of their eyes were gemless rings. One who reads almost in the face of men could have easily recognized the end. Who would believe, ignorant of the cause, that nothing but the smell of fruit or spring could bring them to this withered greediness? I was still marveling at their famishing, since I did not understand what caused their leanness and their scabby shriveling, when suddenly a shadow turned his eyes toward me and stared from deep within his skull, then cried, "What grace has been bestowed on me!" I never would have known him by his looks, but in his voice I clearly recognized the feature that his starving face disguised. The spark rekindled in my memory, the image of those features now so changed, and I could see again Foris's face. "Oh, please, forget about the crusty scurf discoloring my sickly skin," he begged. "Pay no attention to my shriveled flesh. Tell me about yourself, and those two with you. Tell me who they are, too. Please answer me. Do not withhold from me what I desire." "When death was on your face," I wept. I said, "and now the grief I feel is just as great, seeing your face so piteously disfigured. In God's name, tell me what strips you so bare. Do not ask me to speak. I am benumbed, and one speaks ill whose thoughts are somewhere else. And from the eternal mind a power descends into the water and the tree that you just passed. This is what makes me lean. All of us here who sing while we lament for having stuffed our mouths too lovingly, make ourselves pure, thirsting and hungering. The fragrance of the fruit and of the spray that trickles down the leaves stirs up in us a hungering desire for food and drink. And not just once, as we go running round this road, our pain is constantly renewed. Did I say pain? Solace is what I mean. For that same will that leads us to the tree led Christ to cry out joyously, "Eli!" when he delivered us with his own blood. And I, Foris, since that day when you abandoned our world for a better life, less than 5 years from your day, the last day have passed. If, when you knew the moment of sweet grief that weds the soul to God again, you were close to your death and able to sin no more. How have you climbed so high up on the mount? I thought, surely, to find you down below, where souls who wasted time must pay with time. It was my Nella with her flowing tears, he answered me, who brought me here so soon, to let me drink the sweet wormwood of pain. It was her pious prayers and her laments that raised me from the slope where souls must wait, and set me free from all the other rounds. All the more dear and pleasing to the Lord is my sweet widow that I greatly love, the more she is unique in doing good. For the Barbagia of Sardinia counts among its women many far more chaste than those in Barbagia where she lives. My dear brother, how can I tell you this? I see a future time, it won't be long, in which bands from the pulpit shall clamp down on those ladies of Florence who, bold-faced, now walk our city streets as they parade their bosom to the tits. What barbarous girl! What female Saracen had to be taught spiritual discipline or anything to keep her body decently concealed? But if these shameless creatures only knew what the swift heavens have in store for them, they would by now be screaming their heads off. For if our foresight here does not deceive, they shall have cause to grieve before the cheeks of those now soothed by lullabies grow beards. My brother, now tell me about yourself. You see how everyone, including me, is staring there where you block out the sun. I answered him. Whenever you recall what we were like together, you and I, the memory of those days must torture you. From what life I was called away by him, who leads me here just a few days ago, when his sister, I pointed to the sun, was shining full, still wearing this true flesh. I came into, and through the darkest night of the true dead with this soul as my guide. From there, sustained by him, I came up here, climbing and ever circling round this mount, which straightens in you what the world has bent. He says that I shall have his company until I am where Beatrice is, and from then on, without him, I must go. Virgil, I pointed to him, told me this. The other spirit standing over there is he for whom the mountain's terraces tremble just now, releasing him to heaven. Canto 24. The pilgrim and Foris continue their conversation. Foris says that his sister Picarda has already been taken up into heaven, and then he points out a number of the souls of the gluttonous. Among them, Bonagietta Orbichanti of Lucca, Pope Martin V of Tours, Ubaldino della Pira, Boniface de Fieschi, Archbishop of Ravenna, and the Marchese degli Orgoliso of Forli. The pilgrim chooses to speak to the shade of Bonagietta, who seems particularly anxious to approach him. Bonagietta prophesies that a woman named Gentita will someday make the pilgrim appreciate the city of Lucca. He then asks Dante if he is the author of the poem, Ladies Who Have Intelligence of Love, and a brief discussion of the Dulce Stil Novo ensues. As this discussion comes to an end, the souls of the gluttonous turn and speed away. Only Ferris remains behind to converse further with the pilgrim, and he prophesies the ignominious death of his brother, Corso Donati. When Ferris has departed, the pilgrim encounters a second tree from whose branches a voice shouts example of gluttony. These include the drunken centaurs at the wedding feast of Theseus and the unworthy soldiers of Gideon's band, who drank greedily, putting their faces in the water. Finally, the angel of abstinence shows the three poets the way to the next terrace. Talking did not slow down our walk, nor did walking our talk. Conversing on, we sped like ships, enjoying favorable winds. And all those shades, looking like things twice dead, absorbed the miracle through carved-in eyes. This was a living man, which they beheld. And I, continuing where I left off, said, "He is climbing at a slower pace, because of his companion, I suppose. If you can, tell me where Picarda is. And are there any here that I should know, among these shades that stare at me like this? My sister, who is just as virtuous as she was lovely, is in triumph now, on high Olympus, joyful in her crown." This he said first, and then, "No reason why I should not tell their names, especially since abstinence has milked our features dry. There," and he pointed, "Bonagienza goes, the Lucan Bonagienza, the one behind. See that face withered more than all the rest. Once held within his arms the Holy Church. He is from Tours, and here he fasts to purge Bolsena's eels cooked in Vernacia wine. Then many others he named, one by one, and all seemed quite content at being named. No one, at least, gave him an angry look. I saw two souls for hunger chewing air. Ubaldino della Pila, Boniface, who with his crook led multitudes to graze. I saw Milord Marchese. He, in Forli, drank endlessly, and with less thirst than here. Yet no one ever saw him satisfied. Often a face will stand out in a crowd. This happened here. I singled out the shade from Lucca, who seemed interested in me. He mumbled something like Gentuka, I heard come from his lips, where he felt most emaciating justice strip him bare. "Oh, soul," I said, "you seem so much to want to talk to me. Speak up so I can hear. That way your words can satisfy us both." "A woman has been born," he said, "and she is still unmarried, who will give you cause to love my city, which all men revile. Remember well this prophecy of mine, and if the words I muttered are not clear, future events will clarify their sense. But tell me, do I not see standing here him who brought forth the new poems that begin, Ladies Who Have Intelligence of Love? I said to him, I am one who, when love inspires me, takes careful note, and then gives form to what he dictates in my heart. My brother, now I see, he said, the knot that held Guitin and Notary, and me back from the sweet new style I hear. Now I see very clearly how your wings fly straight behind the dictates of that love. This certainly could not be said of ours. And no one who examines the two styles can clarify the difference more than I. Then, pleased with what he said no more. As birds that winter down along the Nile take flight massed close together in the air, then, gaining speed, will fly in single file, just so that mass of spirits lined up straight, and then, light with their leanness and desire, all of a sudden sped away from us. And as a weary racer slows his pace, allowing all the rest to pass him by, until the heaving of his chest subsides, so did Faris let that holy flock rush by him while he still kept step with me. As he inquired, when shall we meet again? How long my life will last I do not know, I said, but even if I come back soon, my heart already will have reached the shore, because the place where I was born to live is being stripped of virtue day by day, doomed or disposed, to rip itself to ruin. He said, "Take heart. The guiltiest of them all I see dragged to his death at a beast's tail, down to the pit that never pardons sin. The beast with every stride increases speed, faster and faster, till it suddenly kicks free the body, hideously mangled. Those fears," and he looked up into the heavens, "will not revolve for long before my words, which I have left obscure, will be made clear. Now I must leave you. I have lost much time, walking along with you at your own pace, and time is precious to us in this realm. As sometimes from a troop riding to war, a horseman at a gallop will rush out to win the honor of attacking first. So he strode faster, leaving me to go my way, accompanied by those two shades, who were such mighty marshals of the world. When he had raced so far ahead of us, my eyes could follow him no better than my mind could understand what his words meant. I took my eyes from him, and suddenly, there in the road in front of me, appeared another tree with verdant-laden boughs. Beneath the tree, I saw shades, arms outstretched, crying out something up into the leaves, like greedy children begging foolishly, to someone who will not answer their plea, but who, instead of tempting them all the more, holds in the full view the things they cannot reach. At last the souls gave up and went away. Then we drew close to that imposing tree, which was impervious to prayers and tears. "Pass on, do not come closer. Higher up there is a tree which gave its fruit to Eve, and this plant is an offshoot of its root." Thus spoke a voice from somewhere in the leaves. So we moved on, Virgil, Statius, and I, close to each other as we hugged the cliff. "Recall," the voice went on, "those wicked ones, born of a cloud, who, in their drunkenness, fought double breast to breast with Theseus. Recall those Hebrews, drinking at their ease, whom Gideon then refused to take along as comrades down the hills to Midian. So, walking close to one side of the country, we listened to accounts of gluttony, and learned the wages that these sinners earned. Then, walking freely on the open way, each of us silent, deeply lost in thought, we had gone more than a full 1,000 steps, when suddenly a voice called out, 'You there, you three alone, what occupies your mind?' I gave a start like some shy beast in panic. I raised my head to see who just now spoke, and never in a furnace was there seen metal or glass so radiantly red, as was the being who said to me, 'If you are looking for the way to climb, turn here. Here is the path for those who search for peace.' Though blinded by the brilliance of his look, I turned around and groped behind my guides, letting the words just heard direct my feet. Soft as the early morning breeze of May, which heralds dawn, rich with the grass and flowers, spreading in waves their breathing fragrances, I felt a breeze strike soft upon my brow. I felt a wing caress it. I'm sure I sensed the sweetness of ambrosia. I heard the words, 'Blessed are those in whom grace shines so copiously that love of food does not arouse excessive appetite, but let them hunger after righteousness.'" Canto 25. As I climb, the pilgrim asks how the gluttonous could be so lean, since they are shades and have no need of food. After a short metaphorical introduction to the problem, Virgil calls upon Statius, who delivers a lengthy discourse on the relationship of the soul to the body, touching on the generation of the body, on the soul breathed into the embryo by the Creator, and finally on the nature and formation of the diaphanous body. When he has finished, the three have arrived at the seventh and last terrace, where they discover a wall of flame that shoots out and up from the inner bank of the cliff, forcing them to walk at the extreme outer edge of the ledge. From within the flames, the pilgrim hears the hymn, Somme Deus Clementiae, and he sees the spirits of the lustful. After singing the hymn through, they recite together an exemplum of the chastity of the Virgin Mary. Softly, they begin the hymn again, and conclude with another exemplum, the tenacious virginity of the goddess Diana. After the third singing of the hymn, shouts of praise are heard for the wives and husbands who observe the laws of virtuous wedlock. Now is the time to climb without delay. for Taurus hurled the sun's meridian, and night had left its own to Scorpio. Even as a man spurred by necessity can never be deterred no matter what, but goes straight on his way until the end, so did we make our entrance through the gap, and, separated by that narrow space in that single file, we started climbing stairs. And as a little stork that longs to fly will lift a wing then, still not bold enough to leave the nest, will let it drop again. Just so was I, my longing to inquire, first bold, then weak. All I did was attempt to speak, and then I quickly changed my mind. My gentle father, through our pace, was swift, and encouraged me to talk. Release your bow of speech. I see it draw right to the tip. Then, moved by confidence, I spoke to him, asking, how could they have become so lean, since anyway, they have no need for food? If you recall how Meleager burned as simultaneously the brand burned through, this should not be too hard to understand. Or think how, when you stand before a glass, at every move you make your image moves. Does this not make things clearer than they were? But now, to set your anxious mind at ease, we have here Statius. I shall call on him to be the doctor for your open wound. If, in your presence, I explain to him. Statius explained, God's view of things, it is, because I can deny no wish of yours. Then he began, Son, let your mind take in and ponder carefully these words of mine. They will explain the how that troubles you. The perfect blood, the blood that's never drunk by thirsty veins, like food left on the table still unconsumed, but is preserved entire, inquires within the heart, formative powers to build the members of the human shape, as does the blood that serves to nourish them. Then, purified again, flows down into the part best left unmentioned. Thence it sprays in nature's vessel on another's blood. And there the two bloods blend. Each is designed to play a passive or an active role, due to its perfect place of origin. This joined to that begins to work on it. First, it clots, then it quickens what it made compact to serve as working matter now. The active force having become a soul, like a plant's soul, except that this had reached its goal. The active force has just begun. Reaches the stage, then, of a jellyfish. It moves and feels, then organs start to form for faculties of which it is the seed. It keeps on swelling, spreading out. My son, this force that comes from the begetter's heart, where nature plans for all the body's parts. But how, from animal, this thing becomes a child you cannot see yet. And this point has led astray a mind wiser than yours. For in his teaching, he would separate possible intellect from soul, because he found no organ for that faculty. Open your heart to what I now reveal. When the articulation of the brain has been perfected in the embryo, then the first mover turns to it, with joy over such art in nature, and he breathes a spirit into it, new and with power to assimilate what it finds active there, so that one single soul is formed complete, that lives and feels and contemplates itself. And if you find what I have said is strange, consider the sun's heat that turns to wine, when it joins forces with the juice that flows. Then, when Lachesis has run out of flax, the soul is freed of flesh and takes with it in essence both the human and divine. Its lower faculties no longer thrive, but memory, intelligence, and will are active and far keener than before. By its own weight it falls, immediately, marvelously, on one or the other shore, and there it learns its course for the first time. Then, once the soul is there, contained in space, the informing power radiates around to reshape what the body had before. And as the air, after a heavy rain, adorns itself with different fragile hues, born of the outer rays reflected there, just so the air enveloping the soul, where it has fallen, must assume the form imprinted on it by the soul's own powers. As flame inevitably goes with fire, following it wherever it may shift, so the new form accompanies the soul. Since air around it makes it visible, it's called a shade. and out of air it forms organs for every sense, including sight. And we can speak, we shades, and we can laugh, and we can shed those tears and breathe those sighs, which you may well have heard here on the mount. The shade takes on the form of our desire. It changes with the feelings we may have had. This, then, is what amazed you earlier. We had by now arrived at the last round, and having made our usual right turn, our minds became absorbed by something else. There, from the inner bank, flames flashed out straight, while, from the ledge, a blast of air shot up, bending them back, leaving a narrow path, along the edge where we were forced to walk, in single file, and I was terrified. There was a fire, and here I could fall off. In such a place as this, my leader said, be sure to keep your eyes straight on the course, for one could slip here easily and fall. Some Deus Clemente, I heard then, sung in the very heart of the great heat. This made me want to look there all the more. And I saw spirits walking in the flames. I watched them, but I also watched my steps, caught between fear and curiosity. When they had sung that hymn through to the end, they cried out loudly, Virum non cognosco. Then softly they began the hymn again. When it was finished, they cried out, Diana kept to the woods and chased out Hellas, whose blood had felt the poison lusts of Venus. Then came again the hymn. Then came their shouts, praising those married pairs who had been chaste, as virtue and the marriage laws require. And this, I think, they do continuously, as long as they must burn within the fire, the cure of flames, the diet of the hymns. With these, the last of all their wounds is healed. Canto 26. One of the souls in the flames asks the pilgrim, whose body has attracted a good deal of attention, to stop and speak. But as he is about to do so, they are interrupted by another group of souls, rushing from the opposite direction. The members of the two groups greet each other quickly, and then, before separating, shout out exempla of lust. One group cites Sodom and Gomorrah, and the other, the shameful lust of Pasiphae for the bull. When the commotion has died down, the pilgrim sets forth the purpose of his journey, and the same soul who had questioned him earlier speaks again. He explains that the souls who had rushed on and off so hurriedly are the Sodomites, and thus they cry, Sodom, in self-reproach. The others are those whose sins have been heterosexual, or hermaphroditic as Dante puts it, but since they have not acted like human beings, they cry out for their shame the animal lust of Pasiphae. After these clarifications, the speaker identifies himself as Guido Guinizelli, and the pilgrim demonstrates a profound affection for the Bologna's poets. But Guido protests that there is a far greater poet among them, and yields his place to Arnot's Daniel. Arnott is the only non-Italian figure in the Divine Comedy to speak his native tongue, Provençal. While we were walking to the ledge's edge, in single file, my good guide telling me from time to time, I warn you now, take heed. The sun shone on my shoulder from the right, and now the azure of the western sky was slowly turning pale beneath its rays. My shadow made the flames a deeper red, and even this slight evidence I saw caused many souls to wonder as they passed. And this was the occasion for those souls to speculate about me. I heard said, he seems to have a body of real flesh. Then some of them toward me began to strain, coming as close to me as they could come, most careful not to step out of the fire. O you who walk behind the other two, surely, as sign of your deep reverence, stop, speak to me, whom thirst and fire burn. I'm not the only one. All of us here are thirsty for your words, much thirstier than Ethiops or Indians for cool drink. Tell us how it is possible for you to block the sun as if you were a wall, as if you had escaped the net of death. So said a voice to me. I would have tried already to explain if something else unusual had not just caught my eye. Straight down the middle of the blazing road, facing this group, another band of souls was on its way. I stopped to stare, amazed, for I saw shades on either side, making haste to kiss each other without lingering, and each with his brief greeting satisfied. The ants in their black ranks do this. They rush to nose each other, as if to inquire which way to go or how their luck has been. As soon as friendly greetings are exchanged, before taking the first step to depart, each one tries to outshout the other's cry. The group that just arrived, Sodom, Gomorrah! The rest, pacify enters locale so that the bull may rush to mount her lust. Imagine cranes forming two flocks. One flies off toward the Riphian heights, one toward the sands, one to escape the frost, and one the sun. So here two groups went their opposing ways, and all in tears took up once more their chants, with cries that fit each of their penances. Then those same shades, who had first questioned me, drew close to me as they had done before. Intent on listening, their faces glowed. And I, who twice now knew their eager wish, began. O souls assured of entering, beatitude whenever it may be. I did not leave my body, green or ripe, below on earth. I have it with me here. It is real flesh, complete with blood and bones. I climb to cure my blindness, for above a lady has won grace for me, that I may bear my mortal burden through your world. But please, so what you desire most be quickly yours, and heaven's greatest sphere shelter you in its loving spaciousness. Tell me, who are you? Who are those that run away behind us in the other group? I shall record your answers in my book. No less dumbfounded than a mountaineer, who, speechless, gapes at everything he sees, when rude and rustic he comes down to town, where all those shades were there judging from their looks. But when they had recovered from surprise, which in a noble heart lasts but a while, the same soul who had earlier questioned me began, Blessed are you, who from our shores can ship experience back for a better death. The shades that do not move with us were marked by that same sin, for which Caesar, as he passed in triumph, heard himself called a queen. And that is why you heard Sodom cried out, in self-reproach as they ran off from us. They used their shame to intensify the flames, and ours was a hermaphroditic sin. But since we did not act like human beings, yielding instead like animals to lust, when we pass by the other group, we shout to our own shame the shameful name of her who bestialized herself in the beast-shaped wood. Now you know what our guilt is. Should you want to know our names, I do not know them all, and if I did, there still would not be time. And for my name, I can fulfill your wish. I am Guido Guinizelli, here so soon, for I repented long before I died. As King Lycurgus raged with grief, two sons discovered their lost mother, and rejoiced, I felt the same. Through more restrained, to hear the same spirit name himself, Father of me, and Father of my betters, all who wrote a sweet and graceful poetry of love. I heard no more. I did not speak. I walked deep in my thoughts, my eyes fixed on his shade. The flames kept me from coming close to him. At last my eyes were satisfied, and then I spoke, convincing him of my deep wish to serve him in whatever way I could. He answered me, What I just heard you say has made a deep impression on my mind, which even Lethe cannot wash away. But if what you have told me is the truth, now tell me what it is that makes you show, in words and looks, this love you have great for me. And I to him, those graceful poems of yours, which, for as long as our tongue serves for verse, will render precious even the ink you used. My brother, I can show you now, he said. He pointed to a spirit up ahead, a better craftsman of his mother's tongue. Poets of love, writers of tales and prose, better than all them who he was. They're fools who think him of Limoges a greater poet. They judge by reputation, not by truth. Their minds made up before they know the rules of reason and the principles of art. Gutun was judged this way in the past. Many praised him and him alone, although now most men have been won over to the truth. But now, if that high privilege be yours, of climbing to the cloister there where Christ is abbot of the Holy College, then please say a paternoster for me there. At least the part appropriate for us, who are by now delivered from all evil. Then to make room for someone else, perhaps, he disappeared into the depths of fire, the way fish seeking deeper waters fade. I moved up toward the shade just pointed out, and told him my desire had prepared a gracious place of welcome for his name. He readily and graciously replied, Tam abilis vostre cotes deman, que nome puisque ne voli a vos cobler. Ils se are not. Que plor et vol cantan, que solis ve la passade folol, et ve joison la voix que se perdenan, a la vos plec per aquella valor, que vos guida al mosom de la lescalimna. So vena vos attempts de ma dolor. Then in the purifying flames he hid. Canto 27. The sun is near setting when the poets leave the souls of the lustful and encounter the angel of chastity. Singing the beatitude, Blessed are the pure of heart, the angel tells them that they can go no farther without passing through the flames. But, numbed with fear, the pilgrim hesitates for a long time. Finally, Virgil prevails upon him, and they make the crossing through the excruciating heat. As they emerge on the other side, they hear the invitation, Come, O ye blessed of my Father, and an angel exhorts them to the climb as long as there is still daylight. But soon the sun sets, and the poets are overcome by sleep. Toward morning, the pilgrim dreams of Leah and Rachel, who represent the active and contemplative lives respectively. When he awakes, he is refreshed and eager and races up the remaining steps. In the last few lines, Virgil describes the moral development achieved by the pilgrim, such that he no longer needs his guidance. These are the last words that Virgil will speak in the poem. It was the hour the sun's first rays shine down upon the land where its creator shed his own life's blood, the hour the Ebro flows beneath high scales, and Ganges waters boil in noonday heat. So day was fading. Then when God's angel of joy appeared to us, upon the bank beyond the fire's reach, he stood singing Beate Mundo Corde. The living beauty of his voice rang clear. Then, holy souls, no farther can you go without first suffering fire. So enter now, and be not deaf to what is sung beyond. He said to us as we came up to him. I, when I heard these words, felt like a man who was about to be entombed alive. Gripping my hands together, I leaned forward, and staring at the fire, I recalled what human bodies look like burned to death. Both of my friendly guides turned toward me then, and Virgil said to me, "Oh, my dear son, there may be pain here, but there is no death. Remember all your memories. If I took care of you when we rode Geryon, shall I do less when we are nearer God? Believe me when I say that if you spent 1,000 years within the fire's heart, it would not singe a single hair of yours. And if you still cannot believe my words, approach the fire and test it for yourself. On your own robe. Just touch it with the hem. It's time, high time, to put away your fears. Run towards me. Come and enter without fear." But I stood there, immobile and ashamed. He said, somewhat annoyed to see me fixed and stubborn there, "Now don't you see, my son, only this wall keeps you from Beatrice. As Paramus about to die heard Thisbe utter her name, he raised his eyes and saw her there. The day mulberries turned blood red. Just so my stubbornness melted away, hearing the name which blooms eternally within my mind. I turned to my wise guide. He shook his head and smiled, as at a child won over by an apple, as he said, "Well then, what are we doing on this side?" And entering the flames ahead of me, he asked Stadius, who, for some time now, had walked between us two. Then that he come at last. Once in the fire, I would have gladly jumped in the depths of boiling glass to find relief from that intensity of heat. My loving father tried to comfort me, talking of Beatrice as we moved. Already I could see her eyes, it seems. From somewhere else there came to us a voice, singing to guide us. Listening to this, we emerge at last where the ascent begins. Venite benedicti Patris mei came pouring from a radiance so bright, I was compelled to turn away my eyes. Then the voice said, "The sun is setting now, and night is near. Do not lose time, and make haste before the west has given up its light." The passageway cut straight up through the rock, at such an angle that my body blocked the sun's last rays that fell upon my back. We had not climbed up many steps when I and my two guides knew that the sun had set, because my shadow had just disappeared. Before the colors of the vast expanse of the horizon melted into one, and night was in possession of the sky. Each of us who chose a step to make his bed, the nature of the mountain took from us. As much the power as the desire to climb, like goats first fast and frisky on the mount, before they stop their play to crop the grass. Then, settling down in the ruminating calm, quiet in the shade, free from the burning sun, watched by the shepherd leaning on his staff, protecting their repose, or yet again, a herdsman who beds down beneath the sky, watching beside his peaceful flock all night, lest they be scattered by some beast of prey. So were the three of us there on the stair. I was the goat, and they the shepherds, all shut in by walls of stone. This side and that beyond the height little was visible, but through that little I could see the stars, larger, brighter than they appear to us. While meditating, staring up at them, sleep overcame me, sleep which often brings the knowledge of events before the fact. At just about the hour when Cytherea, who always seems to burn with love's own flames, first sent her eastern rays down on the mount, I dreamed I saw a young and lovely girl walking within a meadow, picking flowers, and as she moved along, she sang these words, "If anyone should want to know my name, I am called Leah, and I spend all my time weaving garlands of flowers with my fair hands, to please me when I stand before my mirror. My sister Rachel sits all the day long before her own and never moves away. She loves to contemplate her lovely eyes. I love to use my hands to adorn myself. Her joy is in reflection, mine in act. And now, before the splendor of the dawn, more welcomed by the homebound pilgrim now, the closer he awakes to home each day, night's shadows disappeared on every side. My sleep fled with them. I rose to my feet, for my great teachers were already up. That precious fruit, which all men eagerly go searching for on many different boughs, will give today peace to your hungry soul. These were the words that Virgil spoke to me, and never was a more auspicious gift received or given with more joyfulness. Growing desire to be up there, was rising in me. With every step I took, I felt my wings were growing for the flight. Once the stairs were swiftly climbed, we're all behind, and we were standing on the topmost step. Virgil addressed me, fixing his eyes on mine. "You now have seen, my son, the temporal and the eternal fire. You've reached the place where my discernment now has reached its end. I led you here with skill and intellect. From here on, let your pleasure be your guide. The narrow ways, the steep, are far below. Behold the sun shining upon your brow. Behold the tender grass, the flowers, the trees, which here the earth produces of itself. Until those lovely eyes rejoicing come, which tearful once urged me to come to you. You may sit here or wander as you please. Expect no longer words or signs from me. Now is your will upright, wholesome and free, and not to heed its pleasure would be wrong. I crown and mitre you, Lord of yourself. Canto 28. The pilgrim wanders into the heavenly forest until his path is blocked by a stream. On the other side of the stream, he sees a lady singing and gathering flowers. At the pilgrim's request, she approaches him, and smiling from the opposite bank, tells him that this forest is the earthly paradise, the Garden of Eden, whence sprang the human race. She explains that the constantly moving gentle breeze is due to the Earth's rotation, and she discusses the dissemination of plant life from the garden, carried on the moving air to all the lands of the earth. She further speaks of the two inexhaustible streams of the garden, Lethe and Yona, of which the former washes away all memory of sin, and the latter restores the memory of good deeds. This lady, who, as yet, has not been named, concludes by telling the pilgrim that the poets who sang of the Golden Age and of Parnassus perhaps had this place in mind. Now eager to explore on every side, the heavenly forest thick with living green, which made the bright new morning light more soft. Without delay, I left the bank behind, and slowly made my way across the plain, whose soil gave its own fragrance to the air. My forehead felt the stirring of sweet air, whose flowing rhythm always stayed the same, and struck no harder than the gentlest breeze. And in the constant moving air, each branch with trembling leaves was bending to one side, toward where the holy mount first cast its shade. They did not curve so sharply toward the ground that little birds among the topmost leaves could not continue practicing their art. They welcomed in full-throated joyful sounds the day's beginning to their leafy boughs, whose sound accompanied their song. That sound we heard passed on from branch to branch in the pine forest on the shore of Chiasi, when Aeolus set free Sirocco winds. By now, although my steps were slow, I found myself so deep within the ancient wood I could not see the place where I came in. Then suddenly I saw blocking my way a stream whose little waves kept pushing back, leftwards, the grass that grew along its bank, the clearest of all waters on our earth, would seem to have somehow a cloudy tinge compared to this flowing transparency. Transparent enough, it flows dark, very dark, beneath an everlasting shade, which will never admit a ray of sun or moon. I had to stop, but with my eyes I crossed beyond the rivulet to contemplate the many-colored splendors of the boughs. And there appeared, as sometimes will appear, an unexpected sight so marvelous, all other thoughts are driven from the mind. A solitary lady wandering there, and she was singing as she gathered flowers from the abundance painted on her path. O lovely lady, glowing with the warmth and strength of love's own rays, if I may trust your look, which should bear witness of the heart, be kind enough, I said to her, to come a little nearer to the river's bank, that I may understand the words you sing. You bring to mind what Proserpine was like, and where she was that day her mother lost her, and she, in her turn, lost eternal spring. Just the lady in the dance will turn, keeping her feet together on the ground, and one before the other hardly moves. So she, among the red and yellow flowers, turned round toward me, her virgin modesty enjoining her to look with downcast eyes. And satisfying my desire, she started moving toward me, and, with a melody, there came to me the sweetness of the words. When she had come to where the tender grass is barely touched by ripples from that stream, she graciously did raise her eyes to mine, The eyes of Venus surely were not lit so radiantly that day her loving son quite innocently pierced her with his dart. Smiling, she stood there on the other bank, arranging in her hands the many colors that grew from no seeds planted on that height. The stream that kept us only 3 feet apart, the Hellespont, where it was crossed by Xerxes, whose fate should be a lesson to the proud, hurling its waves from Sestos to Abdybus, but hated by Leander less than I hated this one, it would not open up. This place is new to each of you, she said. It could be that you find yourself amazed, perplexed to see me smiling in this place, once chosen as the cradle of mankind, but let the delectacy me shed light, and clear away the mist that clouds your minds. And you, who are in the front and spoke to me, if there is something more you want to know, I came prepared to tell you what you should wish. The flowing water and the woodland sounds seemed to be inconsistent. I began with what I have been told about the mount. She said, I shall explain the logical necessity of what perplexes you, and thus remove what has obscured your mind. That highest good, himself pleasing himself, made Adam good, to do good, then gave this place as earnest of eternal peace. Because he sinned, he could not stay here long. Because he sinned, he changed his childlike mirth, his playful joy, for anguish and for toil, in order that the storms that form below, caused by the vapors from the earth and sea, as they are drawn upwards to solar heat, should not disturb the garden's peacefulness. This mount was made to rise so high toward heaven that past the gate no storm is possible. Now, since the air is moving constantly, moving as primal revolution moves, unless its circulation is disturbed, here on the mountain's height, completely free in the encircling air, this movement strikes and makes the dense leaves of the forest sing, and every smitten plant begins to make the pure air pregnant with its special power, which then the whirling scatters everywhere. All lands elsewhere conceive and bring to flower the different plants endowed with different powers, according to the climate and the soil. If they knew down on earth what you know now, no one would be surprised to see a plant start growing where no seed was sown before. And know the holy land you stand on now is rich in every species and brings forth fruit that no man has ever plucked on earth. The water here does not spring from a source that needs to be restored by changing mists, like streams on earth that lose then gain their force. It issues from a spring of constant flow, immutable, which, by the will of God, regains what it pours forth on either side. The water here on this side flows with power to erase sin's memory, and on that side the memory of good deeds is restored. It is called Lethe, here, there. Beyond, and if one does not first drink here, he will not come to know its powers there. The sweet taste of its waters has no peer, and even though your thirst may now be quenched by what you know already of this place, I offer you a corollary gift. I think you will not cherish my words less, if you learn more than I first promised you. Perhaps those poets of long ago, who sang the age of gold, its pristine happiness, were dreaming on Parnassus of this place. The root of mankind's tree was guiltless here. Here, in an endless spring, was every fruit. Such is the nectar praised by all these poets. And she said this. I quickly turned around to my 2 poets. I saw, still lingering, the smile her final words brought to their lips. Then I turned back to face her loveliness. Canto 29. When the lady has finished speaking, she sings and begins to walk upstream, the pilgrim keeping pace with her on the opposite bank. They have not gone far when the lady stops and instructs the pilgrim to be attentive. A burst of incandescence lights up the air. and the pilgrim sees the approach of the heavenly pageant. It is led by 7 golden candlesticks, which emit a stream of multicolored light that extends over the procession that follows them. Next come 24 elders, 2 by 2, and behind them 4 creatures. Within a square determined by the positions of these 4 comes a chariot drawn by a griffin. To the right of the chariot are 3 ladies, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 green. To the left are 4 ladies, clad in purple. Behind them come 2 aged men, then 4 more men of humble aspect, and finally 1 old man alone. When the chariot has reached a point directly opposite the pilgrim, a thunderclap resounds, bringing the entire procession to a sudden halt. Then, like a lady moved by love, she sang, her revelations now come to an end. Beate quorum tecta sunt peccata. And like those nymphs that used to stroll alone through shaded woodlands, one seeking the sun, another trying to avoid its light. So she began to walk along the bank, moving upstream, and I kept pace with her, matching on my side her small, graceful steps. Not 100 steps between us had we gone, when the 2 river banks curved perfectly, parallel, and I faced the east again. When we had gone a little farther on, the lady stopped and, turning to me, said, "My brother, look and listen." Suddenly, a burst of incandescence cut the air. With one quick flash, it lit up all the woods. At first, I thought it was a lightning flash. But lightning goes as quickly as it comes. What I saw stayed. Its radiance increased. What can this be? I thought. And as I did, a gentle melody was drifting through the luminous atmosphere. Then righteous zeal made me curse the presumptuousness of Eve. To think that, while all earth and heaven obeyed his will, a single woman, newly made, would dare strip off the veil imposed by him. Had she remained submissive to his will, I could, on these ineffable delights, have feasted sooner and for much more time. As I was moving in a blissful trance, among these first fruits of eternal joy, yearning for still more happiness to come, the air beneath green boughs became transformed before our eyes into a blazing light, and the sweet sound had now become a chant. Most holy virgins, if because of you hunger or cold or vigils I endured, allow me now to ask for my reward. Let Helicon pour forth its streams for me, and let Urania help me with her choir, to put in verse things difficult to grasp. A little farther on, I saw what seemed to be 7 trees of gold, a false effect caused by the distance separating us. But when I had come close enough to them, the distance could no longer hide detail, and what had tricked my senses was now clear. The power which feeds the process of our thought identified the shapes as candlesticks, and heard the word Hosanna in the chant. Above the splendid gold, a brilliant light, brighter than moonlight in a cloudless sky, at midnight shining in our bright mid-month. Full of bewilderment, I turned around. To my good Virgil, his answer was a glance, charged with no less amazement than I felt. Then I turned back to gaze at those high things, moving toward us as though they did not move, more slowly than a modest new-made bride. The lady cried, "Why are you so intent on looking on only at those living lights? Have you no wish to see what comes behind?" Then I saw people following the glow, as if they were attendants. All were clothed in garments supernaturally white. The waters on my left received the light, and when I looked into the shining glass, my left side was reflected clearly there. When I had reached the point along the bank, where only water separated us, I stopped to watch the scene more carefully. I saw the slender flames as they advanced, leaving the air behind them color-streaked, so many streaming pennants overhead. And thus the sky became a painted flow of 7 bands of light, all the same shades of Delia's cincture or Apollo's bow. These bands extended farther back than eyes could see, and altogether, I would say, they measured, side by side, a good 10 strides. And under that magnificence of heaven came 24 elders, 2 by 2, all of them wearing crowns of fleur-de-lis. They sang as they moved on, Benedicta thou, and all of Adam's daughters, blessed be thy beauty throughout all eternity. When once the group of God's elect had passed, the flowers and the tender grass that grew along the other bank once more in view, as groups of stars will replace other stars, high in the heavens, following them there came 4 creatures wearing crowns of forest green. Each had 6 wings with feathers that were all covered with eyes. Were Argus still alive, his eyes would be exactly like all those. Reader, I cannot spend more verses now describing them, for I have other needs constraining me. Here I must spare my words. But you can read Ezekiel's accounts. But he saw them once approaching from the north, borne on the wind, moving in cloud and fire. And as he pictured them, so were they here, except that, in the matter of their wings, St. John agrees with me and not with him. The 4 of them were corners for a space, filled by a triumphal 2-wheeled chariot, drawn by a griffin harnessed to its neck. He kept both wings raised high, and each one flanked the mid-banner between the 3 and 3, so perfectly that neither one was cut. His wings rose higher than my sight could rise. The parts of him that were a bird were gold, and all the rest was white, with deep red marks. And Africanus or Augustus never had such a splendid chariot from their Rome. Indeed, that of the sun could not compare. That of the sun was strayed and was destroyed, as a devout petition of the earth, when Jove in his mysterious way was just. There were 3 ladies circling in a dance near the right wheel, and one was red, so red she hardly would be visible in fire. The second looked as if her flesh and bones were fashioned out of emerald. The third had all the whiteness of new-fallen snow. At times, the white one led the dance. At times, the red one, from the song, the red one sang. The others took the tempo of their dance. Beside the left wheel, dancing festively, were 4 more ladies, dressed in purple robes, and led by one with 3 eyes in her head. Behind the dancing figures, 3 and 4, there came 2 aged men, differently dressed, but similar in bearing, staid and grave. One wore the garments of a follower of great Hippocrates, whom nature made to heal those creatures that she loved most. The other seemed to be his counterpart. He bore a sword, so sharp, gleaming so bright, that I thought on the other bank felt fear. Then I saw coming 4 of humble men, and last of all an old man by himself, who moved in his own dream, his face inspired. And these last 7, just like the group up front, were clad in white, except the wreaths that crowned their heads were not entwined with lily blooms, but roses and other flowers that are red. Had I been farther off, I would have sworn a crown of flames encircled every head. And when the chariot was opposite me, thunder was heard. The exalted creatures then, as though forbidden to move on, stopped short, as did the flaming ensigns at the front. Canto 30. As the procession comes to a halt, the 24 elders turn to face the chariot. One of them sings, "Come, O bride from Lebanon." 100 singing angels appear in the sky overhead. They fill the air with a rain of flowers. Through the flowers, Beatrice appears. The pilgrim turns to Virgil to confess his overpowering emotions, only to find that Virgil has disappeared. Beatrice speaks sternly to Dante, calling him by name and reprimanding him for having wasted his God-given talents, wandering from the path that leads to truth. So hopeless, in fact, was his case, to such depths did he sink, that the journey to see the souls of the damned in hell was the only way left of setting him back on the road to salvation. When the septentrion of the first heaven, which never sets nor rises nor has known any cloud other than the veil of sin, which showed to everyone his duty there, just as our lover consolation guides the helmsman on his way to port on earth, stopped short That group of prophets of the truth who were between the griffin and those lights, turned to the car as to their source of peace. Then one of them, as sent from heaven, sang, Veni, sponsor de l'Urbano, 3 times, and all the other voices followed his. As at the final summons, all the blessed well rise out of their graves, ready to raise new voices, singing hallelujah. Just so rose up above the heavenly cart 100 spirits, advocam tantis senis, eternal heralds, ministers of God, all shouting, Benedictus qui vinis. Then, tossing a rain of flowers in the air, Menibus audate labia plenis. Sometimes, as day approaches, I have seen all the eastern sky a glow of rose, the rest of heaven beautifully clear, the sun's face rising in a misty veil of tempering vapors that allow the eye to look straight at it for a longer time. Even so, within a nebula of flowers that flowed upward from the angel's hands and then poured down, covering all the chariot, appeared a lady, over her white veil and olive crown, and under her green cloak, her gown, the color of eternal flame. And instantly, though, many years had passed since last I stood trembling before her eyes, captured by adoration, stunned by awe. My soul, that could not see her perfectly, still felt, succumbing to her mystery and power, the strength of its enduring love. No sooner were my eyes struck by the force of the high, piercing virtue I had known, before I quit my boyhood years, than I turned to the left, with all the confidence that makes a child run to its mother's arms. Then he is frightened, or needs comforting, to say to Virgil, Not one drop of blood is left inside my veins that does not throb. I recognize signs of the ancient flame. But Virgil was not there. We found ourselves without Virgil, sweet father, Virgil to whom for my salvation I gave up my soul. All the delights around me, which were lost by our first mother, could not keep my cheeks, once washed with dew, from being stained with tears. Dante, though Virgil leaves you, do not weep, not yet. That is, for you shall have to weep, from yet another wound. Do not weep yet. Just as an admiral, from bow or stern, watches his men at work on other ships, encouraging their earnest labors, so rising above the chariot's left rail, when I turned round, hearing my name called out, which of necessity I here record, I saw the lady who had first appeared beneath the angelic festival of flowers, gazing upon me from beyond this stream. Although the veil that flowed down from her head, fixed by the crown made of Minerva's leaves, still kept me from a perfect view of her, I sensed the regal sternness on her face, and she continued in the tone of one who saves the sharpest words until the end. Yes, look at me. Yes, I am Beatrice. So you at last have deigned to climb the mountain. You learned at last that here lies human bliss. I lowered my head and looked down at the stream, but filled with shame at my reflection there, I quickly turned my eyes upon the grass. I was a guilty child facing his mother, abject before her harshness. Harsh, indeed, its unripe pity not yet merciful. As she stopped speaking, all the angels rushed into the psalm, In te domine speravi, but did not sing beyond pedes meos. As snow upon the spine of Italy, frozen among the living rafters there, blown and packed hard by wintry northeast winds, will then dissolve, dripping into itself, when from the land that knows no noonday shade, there comes a wind-like flame, melting down wax. So tears and sighs were frozen hard in me, until I heard the song of those attuned, forever to the music of the spheres. But when I sensed in their sweet notes the pity they felt for me, it was as if they had said, Lady, why do you shame him so? The bonds of ice packed tight around my heart, dissolved, becoming breath and water. From my breast, through mouth and eyes, anguish came pouring forth. Still on the same side of the chariot, she stood immobile. Then she turned her words to that compassionate array of beings. With your eyes fixed on the eternal day, darkness of night or sleep cannot conceal from you a single act performed on earth. And though I speak to you, my purpose is to make the one who weeps on that far bank perceive the truth and match his guilt with grief. Not only through the working of the spheres, which brings each seed to its appropriate and according as the stars keep a company, but also through the bounty of God's grace, raining from vapors born, so high above they cannot be discerned by human sight. Was this man so endowed, potentially in early youth? Had he allowed his gifts to bloom, he would have reaped abundantly. But the more vigorous and rich the soil, the wilder and the weedier it grows, which left untilled its bad seeds flourishing. There was a time my countenance sufficed, as I let him look into my young eyes, for guidance on the straight path to his goal. But when I passed into my second age and changed my life for life, that man you see strayed after others and abandoned me. When I had risen from the flesh into spirit, become more beautiful, more virtuous, he found less pleasure in me, loved me less, and wandered from the path that leads to truth, pursuing simulacra of the good, which promise more than they can ever give. I prayed that inspiration come to him. Through dreams and other means, in vain I tried to call him back. So little did he care. To such depths did he sink, that finally there was no other way to save his soul except to have him see the damned in hell. That this might be, I visited the dead and offered my petition and my tears to him until now has been his guide. The highest laws of God would be annulled if he crossed Lethe, drinking its sweet flow, without having to pay at least some scut of penitence poured forth in guilty tears. Canto 31. Beatrice continues to upbraid Dante, who, nearly incapable of speech, weeping and sighing, finally confesses his guilt. Then, overcome by remorse, he faints. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovers that Matilda has drawn him into the stream of Lethe up to his neck. She carries him across and dips his head beneath the surface, that he might drink of the waters. Then she leads him, now pure, into the dance of the four lovely maidens, who flank Beatrice's chariot. They bring him in turn to Beatrice, and as he stares into her eyes, he sees the reflection of the griffin, manifested now in its one nature, now in the other. Finally, the other three attendant ladies induce Beatrice to unveil her mouth to her faithful one. You, standing there, beyond the sacred stream, she cried, not pausing in her eloquence, and turning now the sword point of her words toward me, who had already felt its blade. Speak now! Is this not true? Speak! You must seal with your confession this grave charge I make. I stood before her, paralyzed, confused. I moved my lips, my throat, striving to speak, but not a single breath of speech escaped. She hardly paused. What are you thinking of? Answer me now! Your bitter memories have not yet been purged within his stream. My fear and deep chagrin between them forced out of my mouth a miserable, yes, only by ears, with eyes, could it be heard. A crossbow, drawn with too much tension, snaps, bowstring and bow together, and the shaft will strike the target with diminished force. So I was shattered by the intensity of my emotions. Tears and sighs burst forth as I realized my voice about to fail. She, in your journey of desire for me, leading you toward that good beyond which not exists, to which a man's heart may aspire, What pitfalls did you find? What chains stretched out across your path that you felt you were forced to abandon every hope of going on? And what appealed to you? What did you find so promising in all those other things that made you feel obliged to spend your time in courting them? I heaved a bitter sigh and barely found the voice to answer her. My lips with difficulty shaped the words. Weeping, I said, "Those things, with their false joys, offered me by the world, led me astray, when I no longer saw your countenance." And she, "Had you kept silent or denied what you have just confessed, your guilt would still be clear to the great judge who knows all things. But when the condemnation of his sin bursts from the sinner's lips, here in our court, the grindstone is turned back against the blade. Still, so yet may truly feel the shame of all your sins, so that another time you will be stronger when the sirens sing. Master, your feelings now listen to my words, and you shall learn just how my buried flesh was meant to guide you in another way. You never saw in nature or in art a beauty like the beauty of my form, which clothed me once and now is turned to dust. And if that perfect beauty disappeared when I departed from the world, how could another mortal object lure your love? When you first felt deception's arrow sting, you should have rushed to rise and follow me, as soon as I lost my deceptive flesh. No pretty girl or any other brief attraction should have weighed down your wings and left you waiting for another blow. The fledgling waits another time, a third, but not the full-fledged bird. Before his eyes in vain, the net is spread, the arrow shot. As children scolded into silence, stand ashamed, with head bowed, staring at the ground, acknowledging their fault and penitent, so I stood there. Then she, "If listening can cause you so much grief, now raise your beard and look at me and suffer greater grief. With less resistance is the sturdy oak, uprooted by the winds or storms at home, in Europe, or by those that Erebus blows. Then my soul offered to her curt command that I look at her. She called my face, my beard. I felt the venom in her words. And when I raised my head, I did not look at her, but at those first created ones. They had already ceased their rain of flowers. Then when I turned my unsure eyes once more, I saw that Beatrice faced the beast, who in two natures is one single being. Though she was veiled and on the other shore, lovelier now she seemed than when alive on earth, when she was loveliest of all. I felt the stabbing pain of my remorse. What I had loved the most of all the things that were not she, I hated now the most. The recognition of my guilt so stunned my heart, I fainted. What happened then is known only to her who was the cause of it. When I revived, the lady that I first saw strolling alone was now bent over me, saying, "Hold on to me, hold tight." She had led me into the stream, up to my neck, now drawing me along the glided light, and with a shuttle's ease across the stream. Before I reached the sacred bank, I heard asperges me, so sweetly sung my mind cannot recall, far less my words retell. The lovely lady, opening her arms, embraced my head and dipped it into the stream, just deep enough to let me drink of it. She took me from those waters, cleansed, and led me to the dance of the four lovely ones, who raised their arms to join hands over me. Here we are, nymphs, and in the heavens, stars. Before Beatrice came into the world, we were ordained her handmaids. It is for us to lead you to her eyes. The other three, who see more deeply, will instruct your sight as you bathe in her gaze of joyful light. They sang to me, then they accompanied me up to the griffin's breast, while Beatrice now faced us from the center of the cart. "Look deeply, look within all your sight," they said, "for now you stand before those emeralds. from which love once shot loving darts at you. 1,000 yearning flames of my desire held my eyes fixed upon those brilliant eyes that held the griffin fixed within her range. Like sunlight in a mirror, shining back, I saw the twofold creature in her eyes, reflecting its two natures, separately. Imagine, reader, how amazed I was to see the creature standing there unchanged, yet in its image changing constantly. And while my soul, delighted and amazed, and was tasting of that food which satisfies and at the same time makes one hungrier, the other three, revealing in their mien their more exalted rank, came dancing forth, accompanied by an angelic melody. "Turn, Beatrice, turn your sacred eyes," they sang, "and look upon your faithful one, who came so very far to look at you. Of your own grace, grant us this grace. Unveil your mouth for him. Allow him to behold that second beauty which you hide from him. O splendor of the eternal living light, who, having drunk at the Parnassian well, or become pale within that mountain shade, could find with all of his poetic gifts those words that might describe the way you looked with that harmonious heaven your only veil, when you unveiled yourself to me at last." Canto 32. For the first time in 10 years, Dante the Pilgrim stares into the face of Beatrice. Looking away, he is left temporarily blinded, and when he recovers his sight, it is to discover that the pageant is now moving off. He and Statius, along with the lovely lady, follow the procession, which stops in front of a tree where Beatrice descends. This is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, but it is stripped bare of leaf and fruit. The griffin takes the pole of the chariot he has been pulling and attaches it to the tree, which immediately bursts into bloom. As the company begins to chant an unidentifiable hymn, the pilgrim falls asleep. He is awakened by the lovely lady to find that the pageant has departed and that Beatrice, with her 7 handmaidens, is left alone. Seated beneath the tree, she directs the pilgrim to fix his eyes on the chariot. As he watches, an eagle swoops down through the tree, tearing off the newborn leaves, and strikes the chariot with full force. Then a fox leaps up into the cart, but is driven off by Beatrice. Again, the eagle comes, but this time it perches on the chariot and sheds some of its golden feathers there. Suddenly, the ground beneath the chariot opens, and a dragon drives its tail up through the floor of the cart. Withdrawing its stinger, it takes a portion of the floor with it. What is left of the chariot now grows a rich cover of feathers and then sprouts 7 heads. Seated now upon the chariot is an ungirt whore, who flirts lasciviously with a giant standing nearby. When the whore turns her lustful eyes toward the pilgrim, the giant beats her and drags the chariot off into the woods. I fixed my eyes on her. They were intent on quenching their 10 years of thirst at last. I was bereft of every other sense. My eyes, walled in by barriers of high indifference, were drawn to her holy smile. They were entranced by her familiar spell. But suddenly, my gaze was forced away, to where those goddesses stood at my left. "He should not look so hard," I heard them say. I was like one who had just strained his eyes by looking straight into the sun too long. Indeed, I was left blinded for a while. When I had grown accustomed to dim light, I mean, compared to that effulgence from which I had been forced to turn away, the glorious host, I saw, had wheeled about on its right flank, and now was moving back, facing the 7 torches and the sun. When squadrons under shields start to retreat, it is the front-line troops bearing their colors who turn before the others can begin. Just so, the soldiers who were in the front of the blessed host had all marched past our post before the chariot had turned its pole. The ladies took their place beside the wheels. The griffin moved, pulling his sacred charge, without a single feather being ruffled. Statius and I, along with the fair maid, who had towed me across the stream, now moved behind the wheel, which made the smaller arc. As we walked through that high wood, empty now, because of her who listened to the snake, our steps kept time to strains of heavenly notes. We had already walked perhaps 3 times the distance any arrow shot full strength could reach. When Beatrice left the cart, I heard them all murmuring Adam's name. And then they formed a circle round a tree, whose every branch was stripped of leaf and fruit. A tree like this in India's wooded lands would seem a very miracle of height. The more it rose, the wider spread its boughs. Blessed art thou, Griffin! Thy sacred beak tears not a shred of this tree's savory bark, which makes the belly writhe in deadly pain. These words were sung by all the others there, around the tree, and the 2 natured beasts. Thus is preserved the seed of righteousness. Then turning to the pole which he had pulled, he brought it up against the widowed tree, returning it to it what it once brought forth, just as the trees on earth in early spring, when the strong rays fall, mingled with the light that glows behind the heaven of the fish, begin to swell, burst into bloom, renew the color that was theirs before the sun hitches his steeds beneath some other stars. Just so, that tree whose boughs had been so bare renewed itself and bloomed with color not quite rose-like, but brighter than violets. I did not recognize the hymn that group began to sing. It is not sung on earth. And then I did not listen to the end. Could I describe how those insistent eyes were lulled to sleep by the sad tale of Syrinx, the eyes that paid so dear for their long watch? As painter painting from his model, I would try to show you how I fell asleep, but let whoever can paint sleep paint sleep. So I shall tell you only how I woke. A splendor rent the veil of sleep. A voice was calling me, "What are you doing? Rise!" When they were led to see that apple tree whose blossoms give the fruit that angels crave, providing an eternal marriage feast. Peter and John and James were overpowered by sleep, and then brought back to consciousness by that same word that broke a deeper sleep. They saw their company had been reduced, for Moses and Elijah were not there. They saw their master's robe change back again. Just so I woke to see, bent over me, the sympathetic lady who, before, had been my guide along the river bank. Fearful, I cried, "Oh, where is Beatrice?" The lady said, "See, she is sitting there, on the tree's roots, beneath the newborn leaves. Behold the company surrounding her, the rest go with the griffin up to heaven, to sweeter music and to deeper strains." I do not know if she said more than this, for now I was allowed to see again the one who reigned completely in my mind. She sat there on the bare earth, left alone to guard the chariot that I had seen, bound to the tree by the 2 natured beasts. The circle of the 7th nymphs now formed, a cloister for the lady. In their hands they held those lights no wind on earth could quench. A short time you shall dwell outside the walls. Then you, with me, shall live eternally, citizen of that Rome where Christ is Roman. Now, for the good of sinners in your world, observe the chariot well, and what you see, put into writing when you have returned. Thus, Beatrice, I obediently, devoutly, at the feet of her commands, gave mind and eye to satisfying her. No bolt of lightning flashing through dense cloud, shot from the furthest region of the sky, has ever struck with such velocity, has moved the bird of Jove, who then swooped down and through the tree, tearing off newborn leaves, rending the bark, destroying all the blooms. With his full force he struck the chariot, which staggered like a ship caught in a storm, careened by waves, tilting starboard and port. Into the cradle of the glorious car, I saw a fox leap up. So lean it seemed, the food it fed on had no nourishment. My lady made it turn and run away, as fast as its weak skin and bones could go, accusing it of foul abominations. Once more the eagle swooped down through the tree, this time into the framework of the car, to shed some of its golden feathers there. Like sorrow pouring from a grieving heart, a voice from heaven was heard. My little ship, oh what ill-fated cargo you must bear. And then I saw the ground between the wheels opening up. A dragon issued forth, driving its tail up through the chariot. Then, as a wasp withdraws its sting, that thing drew back its poisoned tail, tearing away part of the floor. Gloating, it wandered off. The rest, like fertile soil left for thick weeds to thrive on, grew a rich cover of plumes, granted with good intentions, it would seem. And all the chariot, with both its wheels and pole as well, was overgrown with them, in less time than it takes to heave a sigh. Thus changed, the holy shrine began to sprout heads from all parts. 3 on the chariot's pole, and 1 from each of its 4 corners grew. The 3 were honored like oxen, but the 4 had but 1 horn upon each of their heads. No one has ever seen a monster like it. Seated thereon, securely like a fort, high on a hill, I saw an ungirt whore, casting bold, sluttish glances all around, acting as if someone might take her from him. A giant I saw standing there by her side. From time to time, the 2 of them would kiss. But when she turned her roving, lustful eyes on me, her lover, in a fit of rage, beat her ferociously from head to foot. Then, furious with jealousy, the giant ripped loose the monster, dragging it away far off into the woods, until the trees blocked from my sight the whore and that strange beast. Canto 33. The 7 ladies sing, weeping over the sorrowful fate of the chariot, and Beatrice grieves. But soon they set off, the 7 in front of Beatrice, and the pilgrim, Matilda, and Stedius behind her. As they walk, Beatrice, in a very obscurely worded prophecy, predicts the eventual deliverance of the church and commands the pilgrim to note her words, and to repeat them exactly when he writes, in order to teach the living. The pilgrim asks her why her words fly so high above his power to understand, and she answers that it is to teach him the difference between divine and earthly ways. They come to the source from which the 2 rivers of Lethe and Juno spring, and Matilda, on Beatrice's orders, leads the pilgrim to drink of the restoring waters of Juno. The poet protests that he would describe this inestimable pleasure at length, but that he has already filled the pages allotted for the 2nd canticle. And so, he says only that he came away from that holy water refreshed, eager to rise, and ready for the stars. Deus venerat gentes, sang the nymphs, chanting in tears the dulcet psalmody, their voices alternating 3 then 4. And Beatrice, listening to their song, sighing and sorrowful, hardly more grief showed in the face of Mary at the cross. But when among those virgins silence reigned, yielding to her response, she stood up then, and glowing like a flame, announced to them, Modicum et non videbitis me, et in serum sister so dear to me, modicum et vos videbitis me. Then, having placed the 7 in front of her, she had us move behind with just a nod, to me and to the lady and the poet. So she moved forward, and she had not gone 10 steps into the wood, when, suddenly, she turned to fix her eyes on mine, and said, looking at me serenely, Make more haste, so that, if I should wish to speak with you, you should be close enough to hear my words. I did as I was told. Once I was close, she said, Why, brother, do you hesitate to question me, now that you are with me, like those who feel a paralyzing awe, when in the presence of superiors, and scarcely can find breath enough to speak? I too could utter, indistinctly though, The words, "My lady, you know all my needs, and how to satisfy them perfectly." Then she to me, "It is my wish that you, from now on, free yourself from fear and shame, and cease to speak like someone in a dream. Know what the vessel which the serpent broke was and is not. Let him who bears the blame learn that God's vengeance has no fear of sops. The eagle that shed feathers on the car, that would become a monster, then a prey, will not remain forever without heirs. I tell you this because I clearly see those stars already near that will bring in a time, its advent nothing can prevent, in which 510 and 5 shall be God's emissary, born to kill the giant, and the usurping whore with whom he sins. Perhaps my prophecy, with its dark words, obscure as those of Themis or the Sphinx, has not convinced you, but confused your minds. But soon events themselves shall be the naiads that will untie this riddle of complex knot, with no destruction of the sheep or grain. Note well my words, what I have said to you. You will repeat, as you teach those who live, that life is which is merely a race to death. And when you write, be sure that you describe the sad condition of the tree you saw, despoiled not once but twice here on the spot. Whoever robs this tree or breaks its limbs sins against God, blasphemes in deeds, for he created it to serve his holy self. Because God's first soul tasted of this tree, more than 5,000 years in pain he yearned for him who paid the penalty himself. Your mind's asleep if you do not perceive the special reason for the tree's great height, and why it grows inverted toward the top. If your vain thoughts had not been to your mind waters of Elsa, and your joy in them a Pyramus to your mulberry, then from the tree's two strange attributes alone, you would have recognized its moral sense, and seen God's justice in the interdict. But since I see your mind has turned to stone, and like a stone is dark and, being dark, cannot endure the clear light of my words, it is my wish you carry back with you, if not my words themselves, at least some trace as pilgrims bring their staves back wreathed with palm. And I to her, as wax stamped by the seal will never lose the outline of the print, so your seal is imprinted on my mind. But your desired words, why did they fly so high above my mind? The more I try to follow them, the more they soar from sight. She said, why do they? So that you may come, truly, to know that school which you have followed, and see how well its doctrine follows mine. Also, that you may see the mankind's ways are just as far away from those divine as earth is from the highest spinning sphere. To that I answered, I cannot recall ever having estranged myself from you. I have no guilty conscience on that score. You say that you do not remember it. Smiling, she said, but surely you recall drinking of Lethe's waters just today. And even as fire can be inferred from smoke, your lack of memory is patent proof that your estrangement from me was a sin. But from now on, I promise you, my words will be as plain as they will have to be for your uneducated mind to grasp. And blazing brighter, moving slower now, the sun was riding its meridian ring, whose point in space depends upon the viewer. When just as someone who escorts a group stops short if something very strange appears in front of him, those 7 ladies stopped as they approached the margin of a shade, pale as a mountain's shadow on cool streams, flowing beneath green foliage and dark boughs. Ahead of them I saw spring from one source what might have been the Tigris and Euphrates. Then, like close friends, they slowly drew apart. O light, O glory of the human race! What is this water pouring from one source, and then dividing self from self? I asked. She answered, asked Metella to explain. And then the lovely lady spoke, as though she felt she had to free herself from blame. I have already made this clear to him. This and much more, and Lethe, I am sure, could not have washed away the memory. Then Beatrice, a more important thing, perhaps weighs on his mind, depriving him of memory and clouding his mind's eye. But here before us is the stream you know. Now lead him there, and, as it is your wont, revive his weakened powers in its flow. Then, as gracious as she was, without demur, submitting her own will to another's will, once this was made apparent by a sign, the lovely lady took me by the hand, and said to Statius as she moved ahead, with queenly modesty, "And you come too." Reader, if I had space to write more words, I'd sing, at least in part, of that sweet draught which never could have satisfied my thirst. But now I have completed every page planned for my poem-scented second canticle. I am checked by the bridle of my art. From those holiest waters I return, to her reborn, a tree renewed in bloom, with newborn foliage immaculate, eager to rise, now ready for the stars. I would like to thank you for listening to this audiobook until the very end. I hope you enjoyed listening to it as much as I enjoyed reading it. I plan to make an audiobook for Paradiso, so be sure to look out for that in the future. But thank you once again for listening, and I hope to see you again soon. Farewell, everyone.